Hey guys, Sly here, and before we begin this video, I just want to let you know that this is actually a re-upload of a stream that I did back on December of 2023 on my Twitch. It is a part of the Sly Army tier list series that I typically just do a bunch of tier lists of certain topics that I like. In this particular episode, it was actually a remake of a stream that I did back in 2021, where I ranked a bunch of emo bands, but I also included in the second half of the stream a ranking of a bunch of emo characters. So keep in mind that these opinions are not fully set in stone to how I feel about in the current day. And so if you want more updated opinions on these two particular topics, feel free to check out the DeviantArt or the Discord description down below. I highly recommend you guys listen to this in the form of a podcast, as these typically are longer streams in general. And so yeah, either way, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you on the next one. Yep, I know, I'm back. It's been a hot minute since I've actually done any of these streams. I do apologize. It's mostly because, well, I don't want to get into it, but let's just say something happened a few weeks ago that was pretty rough to go through, and it just kind of affected my ability for me to be able to handle streaming. But regardless of all that, though, I'm back, of course, and I'm really excited for what we've got for the rest of the year. And, well, I'm really excited to show you exactly what we've got going for tonight specifically. Because, well, you guys are probably looking at it right now. Let me just make sure I finish this up, because admittedly, yeah, it's been this is not the original list. I don't remember. Again, some of these I don't actually remember. But as you guys can probably tell, well, this is, well, we are, in fact, doing an Emo Bands tier list. So now you guys are probably also thinking to yourselves, wait, didn't you actually do this before? Like, you've done this before, right? Well, yes. But I did this back in 2021, back almost 3 years at this point, which is just insane. But because my opinions have been severely outdated since, I thought it'd be a good idea for us to not only do this tier list, but we'll do another tier list once we're done with this. Because I didn't know this until earlier this year, but apparently today marks a special occasion called National Emo Day. I didn't know that it was a thing until literally, like, several months ago. And because of that, I wanted to take the time to actually, commemorate it. Because, it's in the title, Sly the Emo Emperor. It should be pretty obvious where I got the name from. And, well, let's just say that even if I did do this tier list before, keep in mind, that was back before I actually had that moniker, because I came up with the moniker during summer of last year. And, well, let's just say I wasn't as well versed with emo as a whole by that point. Not to say that I wasn't versed in it, like, at all. That is far from the case. But let's just say that I've grown to not only understand what emo music actually is, but more importantly, just kind of know about a bunch of new bands that I've actually started to regularly listen to that I unfortunately did not cover on our original list, and instead I covered several bands that were obviously not emo. So I'm trying to rectify myself, at least in terms of that. So, and again, keep in mind that was a while back, and I mean a while back. So of course I would be super naive in terms of just how I understood emo. And how even my friend Saimori, who was in the original list, he had a lot of stuff happen in terms, like, he didn't really fully understand. That being said, though, I am of course willing to redo this list again, but as a bit of a side thing, because today is the special event for all of us, I've decided as well that, and by the way, this isn't actually going to take as long as people might think. I'm just going to be updating all of these bands, and I'll even just talk about the bands that I'm interested in talking about. But I'm also going to talk about emo characters and musicians. So this is going to be a very interesting night for, celebrating emo culture. But of course, before we get into that, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. If you guys have it, please hit that follow button down below and turn the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. I definitely appreciate your guys' support. And if you guys want to use these lists yourselves, of course, I have them publicly available on TierMaker, and I always make sure that in the Discord down below, I make sure that I post them into the specific channel that I use. So, granted, I don't know if that link has been expired, but definitely by the end of the stream, I'll make sure that that link works for you guys to be able to join. We also talk about a bunch of stuff over there anyways. And before we get into that, I'm going to let a bunch of people know that I am live, so give me a second. But I guess while I work on this, I might as well talk about my history when it comes to emo. So basically, I've known about emo for as long as I've been around, mostly because my cousins actually introduced many of these bands to me, and I'm forever thankful for my family and relatives for being able to introduce me to a lot of these groups. All right, there we go. Sorry, just needed to get that through. So yeah, like emo culture has been kind of associated with me for a long time. Yeah, I know, like this is the first time I'm actually streaming with the eyeshadow, but that's just something that I've always wanted to that's the stuff that I've always been interested in. And I don't know, it's just the history of emo itself I've always been very fascinated about, especially considering that there's kind of two halves to the entire story. There's the mainstream half, and then there's the more indie underground half. Basically meaning that, like, after the late 1980s, emo kind of shifted. Like, it went from, like, being rooted in the hardcore scene at the time to being more influenced by folk music, or even, like, in the case of bands like Sunny Day Real Estate, inspired by grunge. And, that's where you get the whole Midwest emo thing. Eventually, in the early 2000s, you saw a lot of bands that tried to continue on with the hardcore scene, and that is eventually where you got the more scrams or screamo style of emo that I'd say probably peaked around 2001 or 2ish, or at least that's generally when, like, that style became, was at its peak. But eventually around 2003, that's when emo started to really explode. And by 2004 and 5, and at its peak in 2006, it was a mainstay in music culture. It kind of died around, like, I wouldn't say died, but it started to fade in popularity by around 2009 and 10. But it's just still an era of music that I still appreciate regardless. And I've noticed there's been a bit of a comeback as of late, especially with the event of When We're Young, which, of course, you guys already know I've already been to, like, this year's and last year's. I'm going to next year's. I'm really excited to go. And yes, I've obviously seen many of the bands that we're going to be talking about from When We're Young, and even some other, like, concerts that they just so happen to be in my local area. So you can definitely say that, like, I have way more experience when it comes to many of these types of bands, and I'm really excited to talk about them again. So, especially since it's in the namesake. Oh shoot, I forgot to do something. But yeah, like, I don't know, just in general, I'm just really excited to go over this stuff again. And I hope you guys are really excited for me to go over this. Obviously, the ground rules are actually going to be the same as before. Essentially, you know, like, we're gonna only be judging bands that have at least, 3 albums. If they have 5 or more albums, that do count, or half of their discography, if it's less than that, has to count within the genre. So, for example, I had a few bands on this list that did have a couple of emo albums, but they weren't actually fully fledged emo bands. All American Rejects comes to mind, where only their debut really counts as emo. Same thing with All Time Low, which is why they are not on this list. Also, this might surprise you guys, but bands like Panic at the Disco and 21 Pilots, they are not emo. They never were. Well, except for a couple of selected songs for Panic at the Disco's case, but they were not an emo band ever. Same thing with other bands like Bring Me the Horizon, A Day to Remember, Green Day, and so on and so forth. It's not that I dislike those bands. As a matter of fact, I love a lot of those bands. But just do keep in mind that those aren't actually what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about bands that strictly have been considered emo bands, at least in a broad sense. I am also well aware of the controversy involving the label itself, and that many groups don't like to associate with themselves with the genre. So keep in mind that this is not me sort of, trying to force a label onto a band. It's more so me trying to make sure that I, it's more or less just to help people to not only get into some of these bands, but also find similar bands that they already like. So that's sort of at least my thought process on that. And I don't know, I'm just really excited to get it. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited to get this, especially with the characters, because surprisingly enough, not a lot of people talk about like characters that kind of fit within like the subculture as well. Because keep in mind that emo is more than just, the genre itself. It's become a subculture associated with the music since around the mid 2000s. And you might be surprised on who's going to be considered emo, as you can probably tell by that little teaser I just gave you guys. But obviously that will be for later on in the stream. Regardless, I hope you guys do enjoy. But yeah, I think we're pretty much set in stone. Okay, there we go. All right. I think we're good. So I guess we should go. Yeah, I think we're good now. Let's get on to the list. So as you can guys see, I already put a bunch of bands on the list, but keep in mind, this is pretty much every single band that I've talked about on our original list, and I just put them onto the list proper. And so what I'm thinking that I'm going to do is I'm going to, or at least from what I remember, there might be a few bands. Oh, that's right, you guys. Okay. Yeah, I've got the page up, so like I don't, but whatever. We'll just go from there. And yes, these are all the new bands, that we will be adding to the list. So, and I'm really excited to talk about those. But of course, let's get on to what we've already got, because I've changed my mind significantly on just the placements of like these top bands. So, oh shoot. So yeah, in terms of the S tiers, I think it's pretty obvious, at least for me, that Fall Out Boy, My Chemical Romance, and Paramore, they are staying in the S tier. They are what you might call the true emo trilogy. I know some people like to put Panic at the Disco instead of Paramore, but Paramore fits in the genre way better. But yeah, these three bands are what most people, I think, would know as being like proper emo bands. Obviously, in Fall Out Boy's case, that would be pretty much, everything that everything that they released from 2007 back. So, Infinity on High, From Under the Cork Tree, Take This to Your Grave, and their other album, Evening Out With Your Girlfriend. That's something that people kind of forget about, but yeah, those 4 albums count. And surprisingly enough, their newest album from this year, So Much for Stardust, it also counts. So they're a full-fledged emo band, at least under our definition, which, keep in mind, is basically just more... Yeah, how we're describing emo is it's essentially any punk-adjacent music that has a more melodic and sadder tone. It's more melody-driven, and yeah, like some people associated with the hardcore scene, but that's not always the case. But anyways, at least when it comes to Fall Out Boy, I still think that they're one of my favorite bands of all time. Yeah, I know they had their issues, but we're not ranking them off of that. We're ranking them off of their old stuff and So Much for Stardust, which I find all that stuff to be pretty fantastic. And I don't think anyone's going to deny that they were the flagship band of that scene. So yeah, that's pretty awesome to see that, like, they're coming back, and I'm really excited to see if they'll continue that, resurgence. So, and of course, well, you've got My Chemical Romance. I mean, of course, I'm wearing the same shirt that I wore in our original tier list. Need I say more about them? Yeah, I know they've been the biggest, pushback, like they've been the biggest ones to try to push back away from the label, but again, it's not out of disrespect. It's out of, honestly, kind of the opposite, just, praising the music that they were able to, touch like millions of people, regardless if they were a part of the scene or not. Obviously Black Parade, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, and I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love are some of the best, emo post-hardcore hybrid albums you'll ever hear. So I don't think I need to say more. It should be obvious that they're in the S tier, or at least an A. If you don't put them in A tier, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, they are top tier. And then as for Paramore, I mean, obviously, it's a huge bonus that, they are a female-led band. You don't really see that a lot, at least when it comes to the rock scene. And, Hayley Williams is, vocals, like, she can fucking sing. And especially whenever they were in the scene during the 2000s, like, they released some fantastic bangers. Misery Business, Pressure, Emergency, The Only Exception. All I Wanted, which, when I heard that live, because, again, keep in mind, I saw them live last year. When I heard them live at When We Were Young, and they sung that was... I was near crying. So, because they never played that live before. I was amongst one of the first people to hear it live. And that was just... that was so awesome to hear. And yeah, granted, I know I have my issues with their latest stuff, but I can't deny that they are also one of the top dogs when it comes to, emo as a whole, and I have nothing but respect for their craft. So go check out Paramore. Actually, check out all 3 of those bands. If there's anything to take away from tonight, is you gotta listen to those 3 bands. Especially their music from the 2000s. Any of their albums from the 2000s are must-hears. So yeah, go check them out. Also, other bands that I'm going to keep here in S tier. Chiodos and Armor for Sleep. no one talks about these bands as much as I wish people did. So I talked about at least Chiodos a little bit in our last tier list, and I've talked about them plenty of times before, but like long story short, they are honestly one of the best examples of another band to combine emo with post-hardcore. And not only that, but also adding in Baroque rock elements such as cellos and violins and pianos. It makes for one of the most unique and just musically vibrant sounds that you'll ever hear with any sort of like band. Like, and also considering that they announced that they're going to be like doing a reunion session with When We're Young, I'm so excited to see them live because I fucking love. You guys know me. I fucking love Chiodos, man. And again, keep in mind this isn't going to be the last time we're going to talk about Craig Owens on this list because he's done a bunch of other side projects that, you know, basically in between Chiodos, and like all that fun stuff. But all you need to know is, you know, Baby You Won't Ever Last a Minute and The Words Best Friend Become Redefined are the best singles you've never heard. Go check those two, like, check out those two songs at least. 3M is also really good. The entirety of Bone Palace Ballet, like, I would say is a fantastic album. So yeah, just go check out Chiodos. Like, they are easy S tier. So, and also S tier, Armor for Sleep. Another sort of, I guess, prog-core style of emo. Basically emo bands that take a lot of inspiration from progressive rock music. And yeah, like, they are definitely another band that I would highly recommend, especially if you want more of a... Honestly, they're kind of like... They're very similar to a band that we're going to talk about like after, like later on, called Circa Survive. But like they're kind of more of a like mellow version of, you know, Circa Survive. And I think they're really damn good. I saw them live too, and yeah, they were pretty damn good. They also released an album last year. Go check them out. Now, that being said, though, I've got some bad news for the other bands that are on S tier. So, admittedly, the first one I was kind of pressured into putting it in S tier. But yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm not. Like, I don't hate them, keep that in mind, but I wouldn't say that I'm a particular fan of them anymore. AFI. I would still put them at a decent, like, score. But I'm gonna put them in a B tier. Again, I don't dislike them. As a matter of fact, I think that Sing for Sorrow and December Underground are still really awesome albums, and The Art of Drowning is fine. But man, my opinion of them went sour after I saw them live. Like, they were easily the worst band I saw live last year for When We're Young. Like, God, I'm sorry. I could not stand. Like, I actually fell asleep. So, yeah, unfortunately, they're not really a good band live, per se. Again, I respect them to a degree, and I mean, I will still say this: Miss Murder is still a fucking banger. But as far as like their emo stuff is concerned, yeah, it's fine, but I love it as much as, you know, some of the other bands. And truth be told, I'm gonna have to do the same thing with Moss Icon. This is the oldest band that we have on the list, but I think just because I liked just one or two of their songs while I was ranking them, I might have overhyped them a little bit, but I still would say that they're okay. Like, at least a B tier. Like, you gotta, like, you have to at least respect them, you know? Because they were one of the first bands of the genre. They started in the late 80s. So, you gotta at least give them a bit of respect. But that being said, I wouldn't say that they're a band that I would go out listening, like, seeking out their music. So, yeah. Now, so yeah, that's the what was on my S tiers. Let's go to the A tiers and see what how our opinions changed from there. So we've got Acceptance, which okay, they're weird because they are associated with Tooth and Nail, which, by the way, I'm just going to preface this right now for those who are new to the channel. I'm not, I consider myself to be an atheist, and that includes me not giving a shit about any Christian music. Again, if you like that stuff, I'm not going to judge you, and if you are a Christian, I'm not going to judge you either. It's just my personal preference. That being said, Acceptance is kind of the weird exception, but only because they're not really a Christian band, but they are associated with Tooth and Nail. It's weird. I did a bunch of research. They just only signed up for the label, it sounded like. That being said, though, their album Phantoms is fantastic. And Different, I think, is a very earnest and passionate, little soft emo song that I remember a long time ago, just out of the blue. I don't exactly remember where I heard it from, but yeah, like when I first heard that, I was like, oh, it's this band. Like, I don't know, they're just kind of an earnest band. So I'm gonna keep them in A tier. Same thing with Alkaline Trio. Actually, all of these bands, I'd say up until, these 4 bands, I'm still going to keep it in A tier. Alkaline Trio, they technically count. They're more of a pop punk band, if I'm going to be honest, but they have quite a few emo tracks that, or at least tracks that I would describe as emo. So they fit just enough. But regardless, though, I still think that they are pretty good. From Here to Infirmary, I do think is their best album. And Crimson, also pretty good. So, yeah, basically anything from like that sort of era, like the late 90s to about, I'd say 2008, I think was their last emo. Yeah, like Irony and Agony, that I think was their last emo album. Because everything after that was just kind of more straight up pop punk. But regardless of all that, though, they're still pretty cool. And, well, American Football is up next. And yes, that does mean we are not just ranking emo subculture music, we are also ranking Midwest emo stuff. That being said, I do think that in terms of that sort of crowd, they are the best that do it. Yes, I know of the whole American Football Midwest emo, intro meme that a lot of people do about them, but they're kind of the poster boys of that specific style of emo, but there's a reason why. It's because they are like the best at that. And that's partially because admittedly I'm not the biggest fan of that style, so yeah, but regardless, they're still good, and I would recommend you guys check out at least their 1999 album. Their 2016 and 2019 albums are kind of drift away from that more folksy sort of stuff, but it's still, I would still recommend them. And then we got Eyes Set to Kill, which at first listen, you may not think that they're emo. As a matter of fact, they are very metalcore-y. But it's a lot of their deep cuts that I've noticed that do count. specifically in their first three, like in the late 2000s and early 2010s, like their first three albums, I'd say. And well, yeah, in terms of the more scram / screamo style of emo, pretty good, I'd say. So, that being said, though, let's move on to a few bands that, admittedly, I feel like I might have overhyped a little bit. Fearless Vampire Killers and Finger Tight. One of which is more of a joke band, and the other band I still actually do like, but I don't listen to as often as much as I did back when I first discovered them a couple years ago. But I would still put them both in B tiers. Fearless Vampire Killers, specifically being, yeah, you can already tell by the name, they're more of a joke band than anything else. Just more so heavily inspired by bands like MCR or Chiodos. So think that sort of thing with them. But yeah, their music is actually pretty, like, in terms of instrumentals, really good. And then as for Finger Tight, they are more of a emo post-grunge hybrid sort of emo group. So definitely think more inspired by the wave of grunge kind of after, when, kind of like before the 2000s, but kind of after when grunge was a big deal. You know, that kind of like weird mid to late 90s era of just grunge or post grunge or whatever you want to call it. That like not a lot of people talk about anymore. I know that sounds confusing, but they're all right. And it sucks that, you know, they don't really get a lot of listeners. So please boost them a little bit because they deserve it. So yeah. All right, next up is the Juliana Theory. I might need to refresh myself with the music, so I'm gonna take a listen to them. I think they were they one of the more... Yes, okay, they were more of one of the emo pop groups, I think. Let me just listen to their top song. It won't bleed through, so we should be fine. Oh. Not on my phone. No thanks. Yeah, they're another sort of they're kind of a mix between like the Midwest emo and sort of like, you know, emo pop punk style. Yeah, they're sort of like a hybrid of that. Yeah, again, I'd probably still put them in I probably would put them in a B tier. Because that's not something that I would like listen to on a regular basis. But I still think that they deserve some recognition, and they're sort of, you know, their style of the Midwest emo, I think, works pretty well. Not as good as American Football, but I still think that stuff's alright. And then we get into Moose Blood, a band that unfortunately was kind of shut down way too soon. Though I am going to keep them in A tier. I still think that as far as English emo bands go, which, by the way, that's not a very common thing. Usually, yeah, a lot of emo bands are typically American or Canadian. But yeah, I'd say they were pretty good. I know there was the whole controversy involving one of the members in that whole thing. But I think as far as just the music goes, they're fine. Well, not fine, pretty good. So I just haven't listened to them as often because of some of that controversy. So do keep that in mind. And then we've got Pierce the Veil, Seosin, and Census Fail. Three bands that, I mean, yeah, they're more of the all three of them are kind of in the post-hardcore style of emo. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put all three of them in the S tiers. I mean, Pierce the Veil. I think the reason why I held back from them a bit was because I didn't care for their debut as much back then, but I actually did kind of grow on them in that regard. And with the release of The Jaws of Life, that made me just appreciate them just even more, at least on a fundamental music level. I think it wouldn't really be too much of a stretch to say that like they are one of the best bands to come out of the past 15 years. So, well, 16, but you know what I mean. Excuse me, sorry. But yeah, like as far as Pierce the Veil goes, yeah, I know some people don't like Vic Fuentes' vocals, and yes, unfortunately, his brother turned out to be a piece of shit. But again, even his brother, even Vic disowned his brother, so it's not like it's, yeah. And again, they're just a band that are really damn good, and they are fun fact about them, they are the only band that I've ever saw live twice, both of which were out when we were young, because yeah, they've been the only band to appear in all the festivals as of late, as of right now, so that's interesting. But yeah, Pierce the Veil, I would say, as far as that sort of scene goes, pretty good. Same thing with Seosin. Though I have made it very vocal that I actually do prefer Cove Reaver as the lead singer than Anthony Green, but that's not to discredit Anthony Green. As a matter of fact, you'll see what I mean when we get to Circus Survive, his other band. But yeah, their debut album, well, debut LP, the EP I've grown on, and I think is really damn good. And yeah, even the subsequent releases later down the line, I think are really good. It's a shame they don't really release a lot of music though, because they've been around for 20 years, but have only released 3 albums in total, plus 2 EPs in total. So like, I don't know what that's all about. I guess this is just kind of more of a side project rather than like these guys' main bands, which I guess that's valid, but regardless, I think I've just come to learn to underappreciate when I saw them live, because yeah, they're really damn good. So yeah, go check out Seosin for sure. And I remember I called them Saosin, but it's Seosin. I need to remember that. It's Seosin. But whatever. And then we got Census Fail. A band that, again, I was kind of iffy about at first, but I have grown to love over the year, over like the years that I've known them. Like, they are so damn good, and it goes beyond just the fact that I kind of forgot that they were on Guitar Hero 3. I'm an idiot. I apologize for that, because they were one of the bonus tracks. With Can't Be Saved. But like the entirety of Still Searching, I still think is a phenomenal album that released just 10 days before Black Parade too. Like, that's insane. And like, despite that, they were still able to stand on their own. Especially with that last song, Priest in the Matador, like that. God, that song just hits. Let It Enfold You and Life Is Not a Waiting Room are also really damn good, as well as The Fire. And even whenever, and again, okay, Their mid 2010 stuff, when they went a bit more metalcore, I'm not particularly the biggest fan of, I will admit. Um, but as far as their emo stuff, which of course is, well, yeah, their first 4 albums as well as their latest 2, I think that they have earned their right to be in emo music history. So check them out. And of course we got the final 3 bands that are in the A tier right now: Silverstein, Vendetta Red, and Weezer. Which all 3 of those are going to stay in there. Silverstein, I think, is another great example of a Scrams band. When Broken is Easily Fixed and Discovering the Waterfront are some of the best albums of the mid 2000s, and I highly recommend them if you guys want a good introduction to more, harder music. Because admittedly, like, I'm not the biggest fan of, screamo as much either, but them and Eyes Set to Kill, I think, are the exceptions. So in those aspects, I would recommend them. And then Vendetta Red is just a band that I find very underrated, and I'm kind of surprised aren't really associated, like, they aren't as talked about, because they had a bit of a spotlight in the mid 2000s, but it just went nowhere for whatever reason. But they're still cool. I would recommend them. And then we've got Weezer, which okay. Not to throw shade at anyone specifically, but let's just say that one of my close friends always argues with me as to whether or not they count. Because they're like, oh, what? Weezer doesn't count. That doesn't make any sense. Dude, where were you when you heard the entirety of Pinkerton, but also many of the deep cuts from the Blue album, as well as, what was their album from 2005 again? Make Believe. That's right. Like, where were you when you heard, Say It Ain't So, or Undone the Sweater Song, or Pink Triangle? Like, those are emo songs. As a matter of fact, Weezer, you can argue, is one of the first bands to kind of help inspire the Midwest emo sound, alongside Sunny Day Real Estate. Yeah, they may have not been fully directly been involved within that scene, and they definitely moved away from that scene, but they still count. Like, they should still be recognized as being one of the earliest examples of an emo band, even if they went away from that for the most part after Pinkerton. They've done, they've kind of, brought back a lot of their 90s sound on occasion. But I still think that, like, they can't be unlooked. And, well, they're here because of it. So I'd put them in the A tier. Specifically, of course, for their stuff involving emo. So yeah. That's the shift of the A tiers. Let's move on to the B tiers. So let me just get the bands that I originally had in B tier that I'm actually going to move up. Academy is Coheed and Cambria. Who else? Motion City Soundtrack. And The Used. I'm moving all of them up to A tiers. So I'm going to save Coheed for last because I have a really funny story about them. But yeah, okay. The Academy is, aka the band that is known for having William Beckett as their lead singer. So I will admit that I didn't, outside of Almost Here, their debut. I wasn't as familiar with them. Because yeah, I knew about Almost Here, and I knew about Santi a little bit. I did even listen to like their 2008 album, like the big singles off of that, but I didn't really give too much attention to them until actually fairly recently. Yeah, Fast Times at Barrington High. That's right, that album. Um, so I do think that Almost Here is actually a really damn good album. And you know what? Fast Times at Barrington High. Well, yes, it's a very late 2000s album cover. I'm going to admit that. I still think is a pretty good album in its of its own right. And Santi even has a lot of like quite a few gems on there. So, and yeah, they also are a band that has become a regular listen to me. Like they've become a band that I regularly listen to. Actually, all the bands that are in A tier up are regular listens. And yeah, no, I just appreciate what they did. So, like they just kind of fill a bit of a emo pop niche that I like. So, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I whatever. I like the Academies. They're definitely a lower A, but like they're still an A in my mind. Same thing with Motion City Soundtrack. Kind of a similar sort of niche, though they did start off kind of as a Midwest emo band. But I've done a pretty big deep dive on them as well. It's mostly their first 4 albums that are emo, but I do think that all of those albums are pretty good. Commit This to the Memory and I Am the Movie, of course, being their biggest albums of the 2000s, and that's for good reason because those albums are pretty damn good. My Dinosaur Life is also an exceptional album. I didn't like how they transitioned over to a more electronic sound after that, though. But regardless, if we're just ranking them solely off their emo stuff, I'd say they're pretty good. Same thing with The Used. Their emo stuff is so damn good. Like, they're self-titled In Love and Death and Lies for the Liar. God, those 3 albums are so damn good. Like, and I do consider them to kind of be, well, definitely not as good as like, the S tiers. I can see why some people would consider them to be up there. That being said, their stuff sort of after Lies for the Liars, they do have issues. I'd say, yeah, but their first kind of stumble was with artwork, and Vulnerable wasn't really much of an improvement. Though oddly enough, I would say that Imaginary Enemy was an improvement, but that's not really an emo album. That's just more of a pop punk, post-hardcore punk album. Not really emo, except for one of the songs off that album. I can't think of it, but whatever, you know what I mean. But the reason why they were able to get from the B tier to the A tier is because of their most recent release, Toxic Positivity, which is a contender for being one of the best albums to release this year. So, and had them kind of go back to their roots. Like, it's a very similar, it sounds very similar to Lies of the Liar, which is something I really like. So yeah, go check them out. And then last but not least, we've got Coheed and Cambria. So I've got a funny story about Coheed and Cambria now. So obviously they're a band that's going to be out when we were young, but I don't think I told anyone this, but I was originally going to do a podcast, but because of what happened a few weeks ago, I was kind of super busy on, like, I just did not want to do anything with, Twitch. That being said, I'll just kind of like, cut the gist. Long story short, I went to Los Angeles over the weekend from like December 1st to the 3rd, and I went there for Comic-Con. And well, literally on that Saturday, I stumbled across Claudio Sanchez because I forgot, Queen Cambria, the music is tied to the comic book that he made. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me get it. Yep. I have volume 1 of his comic series. So yeah, you can't tell me that I'm not fit. It's signed, by the way, too. So you know that like I took my time to do this, which, by the way, thank you, Claudio, if you somehow stumble upon this. But so yeah, and he was actually really chill. And it was just kind of exciting. And if I'm gonna be honest, I remember whenever we first talked about this band, because we first talked about them in our 2020, original bands in general tier list. I was kind of more apathetic about them, but admittedly, I wasn't as familiar with them because they're no My Chemical Romance, or like Fall Out Boy in terms of like name recognition. At the same time, though, they are a legacy band. They have over 1 million listeners on Spotify, so they are a legacy band in terms of emo music. And after I learned that they are considered an emo band, I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to this. And you know what? I know I've given shit about the fact that there's the the whole lore and stuff about the comic books, but if I'm gonna be honest, I think I had just a bit of criticitis in me during that, because you don't actually have to listen to the music in order to understand these comics, because I've read a little bit of this and I fully understood it. It's just more of an addition rather than a fully something that you have to understand. So unlike other franchises where you're forced to watch full on fucking concerts in order to understand that, I'm looking at you, Kingdom Hearts. So in that sense, I kind of feel bad because I definitely feel like I gave them a bit too much shit. So, well, that, and also obviously I met him, so I'm obligated to at least put him in A tier just off the basis. But even just putting that aside, I still think that their first 4 albums fucking slap. Like the second stage, Turbine Blade, the album that this comic book is written off of, I think is fucking fantastic. In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3, as well as the Good Apollo duology, I find to be awesome listens. Welcome Home, I've mentioned before, is essentially the Black Parade versus before the Black Parade, and I think it's a really damn good song. And even the Vaxis albums, I find to be really damn cool. But yeah, I definitely have changed my opinion on Cody and Cambria. I don't think I would put them in S tier because, admittedly, I'm not the greatest fan of the prequel albums. I don't know. I just don't really care for those as much. But definitely the original quadrilogy involving this story, I think, is pretty awesome. And I don't know, that's just kind of unique, because again, the only other band that I can think of that did a comic book tie-in to the music, ironically enough, was My Chemical Romance with their album Danger Days. So And yeah, that's kind of the best comparison I can make. Is Coheed and Cambria is essentially My Chemical Romance if all their albums were rock operas. So, and that's not an insult, by the way. But yeah, like, yeah, my feelings on Coheed and Cambria have definitely changed, and I'm very thankful that that has happened because yeah, they're pretty damn good. I would recommend them. All right, after that whole thing, because I feel like I had to address that. What we got next? Amber Pacific, Appleseed Cast. Yeah, I'd probably keep them there in the B tiers because though I'll keep them there for now. Because like I think they have just enough that I do respect them, but they're not regular listens for me. Appleseed Cast being another Midwest emo style of band, for those who don't know, and Amber Pacific more of a pop punk emo inspired group. So yeah, I'm gonna keep them in the B tier. Then we've got probably one of the most complicated bands on this list, but it, as in complicated, I mean controversy involving, like, oh god, okay. Brand New. So we've got to talk about Brand New. So obviously we talked about them in our original tier list for emo, but there is a lot of controversy involving specifically the lead singer. Let's just say that sorry, I'm just thinking. So yeah, Jesse Lacey, he's the lead singer of Brand New. All I'm gonna say is, let's just say it's not a I'll just say the name of the band for the sake of you guys knowing what I'm talking about. It's not a lost profit situation. Like it, or an As I Lay Dying situation here, where, or at least, yeah, it's more of a pyrocynical situation. Basically, from what I can tell, he fucked up and may have been may have dated an underage girl without him knowing. Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like he fucked up. And again, he didn't know. So until, well, yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. I don't want to get into the specifics, and because of that, it's just um but let's put that aside for now, because like again, it's super touchy and I really don't want to actually think about like shit like that, especially considering that there's way worse shit like that other bands have done that have been confirmed. Let's just focus on this. In as Because of that, I will admit I haven't really listened to their music too much. Though from what I did hear, the music in and of itself is fine. Of course, their biggest album being from 2006. I think it's like I have the Devil and God Raging Inside Me. Is that what the album's called? Yeah, The Devil and God Are Raging Inside Me. Yeah, another album from 2006, marking just how fucking big that year was for emo music. I keep saying a lot, I'm sorry. But yeah, that album I do respect, and I even like Deja Tendu, yeah, Deja and sorry, I had to. There's so many bands on here. I gotta actually fucking look them up on Spotify for you guys. So yeah, because I need to remember. Fuck you. Um, in all seriousness, though, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna put them any higher than that because of just how touchy the subject matter involving the lead singer is. So, and honestly, it's kind of the same thing for Say Anything, which I might as well get that out of the way as well. Say Anything is also going to be a B. Actually, yeah, anything that I'm going to keep in the B tier, I'm going to talk about right now. So, yeah, those are going to, yeah, these are going to be moved down for sure. Okay. So, okay, Cursive, another Midwest emo band, but a Midwest emo band that I also somewhat respect. Granted, not as much as Appleseed Cast or American Football, but I do think that they are a good enough of a niche. So, they're cool. From First at Last, aka Sonny Moore's first band. Yes, Sonny Moore of Skrillex fame. He started off in an emo slash post hardcore band. And Dear Diary, My Teenage Angst has a body count, as well as their, well, yeah, that album, as well as their self-titled and their 2006 record, I do think are pretty good. He eventually left the band. He did come back, but then he left again this year. So I don't know what's up with that. Though, with him or without him, I still think that they're okay. Definitely more of a fan of their emo post-hardcore hybrid stuff as opposed to their pure post-hardcore stuff. But I still think that they're still pretty a-okay. And then we've got Funeral for a Friend, which, yeah, they're okay. Again, I'm more into the same thing with them. They're another post-hardcore band that just so happened to also have a lot of emo stuff in their early years, and that's kind of what I personally prefer. So, not really much else to say other than they're cool. Very similar bands to each other, so keep that in mind. And then we got Jiminy Eat World, which is a band that I've always flip-flopped between B and C tier, but I think I've made up my mind. They're just they're going to be in the B tier. Like, I know they're another like bigger name band that a lot of people would probably put in A or S tier. But I guess I just never really. They just never clicked with me as much as Fall Out Boy or Paramore did. So I have nothing but respect for the band, and again, I did see them live as well last year, but they aren't what I would say a regular listen. As I'm much more into the singles that they released as opposed to, you know, the stuff like their entire like albums. So that's just me personally. And then, of course, last but not least, we've got Say Anything, which is another complicated situation. Yes, I was pretty excited when I did see them at When We Were Young this year, and truth be told, I am actually still excited to see them next year if I do again. However, they are like their lead singer Max Bemis is also another very complicated person. He has I want to is he bipolar? Hold on, let me check. Again, I'm here to make sure that I get accurate information for you guys. So, but because of his condition, it has kind of led to a lot of interesting things happen, including like some stuff this year or whatever. Not whatever, but you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, yes, but he is bipolar. But like he suffered like a lot of stuff like drug addiction, and because of that, there's just been a lot of like leaked stuff that happened in his personal life. Obviously, I'm not going to get into that just for privacy. And I will admit that even just putting that aside, honestly, there's stuff from the 2010s I don't really find to be as interesting. But I do admit that Is a Real Boy, in defense of the genre, and they're self-titled, I find those to be banger albums. And like, I mean, hell, anytime that like one of their big songs off of If a Real Boy comes up, you bet I'm going to sing that, because like that album in and of itself is a certified 10 out of fucking 10. Like it's one of the best rock opera. It's one of the best rock operas that came out of the mid 2000s. It came out the same year as Green Day's American Idiot. So, and the fact that granted, I still wouldn't say it's as good as American Idiot, but like the fact that it can still rival at least somewhat on that level is insane. So it just kind of sucks with a situation involving at least the lead singer's personal life. So that being said, though, they were good live, and I hope to see them live again for sure. All right. Now let's go on to the bands that I'm not gonna lie, I kind of regret having this high, specifically Dashboard Confessional and Secondhand Serenade. In the case of Dashboard, they're gonna go down to C tier, but in the case of Secondhand Serenade, they're going down to a D tier. Yikes. As far as Dashboard Confessional goes, okay, both of these bands, if I'm going to be honest, they're more pop rock oriented. Yeah, they're definitely more, I guess you can call it more mainstream emo. I mean, yeah, obviously MCR, Paramore, and Fall Out Boy, those are mainstream, but like, you know what I mean? They make more emo that definitely is a lot more just appeases a generalized audience, which isn't a bad thing. And in the case of Dashboard Confessional, at least with their stuff from like the early 2000s, it had a place, and I do respect that stuff. But I don't know, like at least in the case of Dashboard, they really only had like a time, like they really only had a couple of album like moments that shined. After I'd say 2003, yeah, it just kind of it's whatever. And as for Secondhand Serenade, it's kind of the same story as Dashboard, except even less material that I'm interested in. I will admit, with Secondhand Serenade, their biggest song is kind of a guilty pleasure of mine. What is it called? Yeah, Fall For You. I know it's a sappy pop rock emo song. That was a dime a dozen, as we're gonna get into later. I don't know. I just kind of like I don't know. I kind of like I don't know how to describe it. It's a guilty pleasure. I just don't know how to describe it. But yeah, even I can be like, yeah, no, they're just kind of a one-hit wonder. Everything else is just kind of not very good. So, sorry, Dashboard. Not Dashboard. Secondhand Serenade. God, even the names are very similar to each other. Like they just, they're just very long. It's just, bands with very long names, but those so happen to be two long like words. So yeah, it gets confusing. And it doesn't help that they're both pop rock emo hybrid bands. So, all right. Last but not least, we've got the Jazz June, the Jealous Sound, and the Spill Canvas. 3 bands that, if I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember what they sounded like. I'm pretty sure that they are at least I'm pretty sure they are at least somewhat involved with the whole Midwest emo scene, but I'm gonna double check. Yes, okay, so the Jazz June is just like, yeah, Jazz June is another Midwest emo band. The Jealous Sound, let me just make sure I am aware. They're also in that category, but I actually do like them a little bit better. Or I like that song better. And then we got the Spill Canvas. Okay, yeah, they're both yeah, all 3 of those are staying, I'd say. I remember why I put them in B tier. Though they're not regular listens for me, that's for sure. So yeah, if you're more into like the Midwest emo stuff, Jazz June and Jealous Sound, they are kind of more in that alley. But if you want more of a pop punk inspired thing, Spill Canvas is for you. So yeah. All right, next up, we've got the C tiers. We'll go over these. Again, some of these I'm definitely going to be raising up, and yeah. Okay, yeah, Algernon Cadwallader, they're another Midwest emo band, so they're staying. Yeah, they're gonna stay. Bright Eyes, a band that I did see live, and I actually liked them live. So good for them. I don't know if I would listen to all of their stuff though, still, but they were actually pretty good live. Captain Jazz. Okay, yeah, honestly, I Captain Jazz I made as a bit of a. They have like the longest name for like an album, and that's the only reason why I put them up there. I really do not like Captain Jazz. They're a D tier. Like, I hate those vocals. I'm sorry, I just don't like Midwest emo all that much. And well, unfortunately, Get Up Kids. I'm mixed on the Get Up Kids, cause they have some good songs, but I don't know. They're the definition of a very dicey band. Like they're always a dice roll, I feel like, or at least from what I've listened to. There's some songs that they make that I find pretty good, others I find not very good, and it partially depends on who the singer of that song is, because they technically have 2 singers. And yeah, it's very dicey. So yeah, I'm gonna keep them in a C tier, but yeah, I just don't really care for them as much. All right, Hot Rod Circuit. I think they were another Midwest emo band, if I'm not mistaken. Though let me double check. Because again, there's so many goddamn bands. Okay, no, more pop punk. Yeah, this is kind of more of a general sort of pop punk emo thing. So yeah, they're staying there. I Hate Myself. Yes, that's an actual name of a band. they are scrams, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I don't remember caring about them, if I'm going to be honest. Same thing. Okay, yeah, honestly, I Hate Myself, Jawbreaker, and Knapsack. All of those are just going to stay. Jawbreaker being more pop punk. Knapsack, I don't remember actually what their shtick was. Again, yeah, some of these, if I'm going to be honest, I haven't heard since we did that tier list before, but let me just double check. Oh, okay, it's the guy. Okay, so the guy from the Jealous Sound. This is his other band. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, yeah, I'm gonna put this in B tier because of that. Because Jealous Sound is all right. Yeah. So the lead singer of the Jealous Sound is also lead singer for Knapsack. Okay, I get it. All right. Well, yeah. In that case, I'm putting them in B tier. You know what else I'm also going to put in B tier? Mayday Parade. I know I gave them shit before, but if I'm going to be honest, that's partially because of their newer stuff. As far as, and admittedly, I didn't appreciate their stuff post Lesson Romantics as much. I actually somewhat do now, but more so specifically Lesson Romantics, Anywhere But Here, and then their self-titled. I do think that those albums are pretty good. So, yeah, as far as emo pop punk goes, they're all right. Again, I have issues with their stuff after that, but they just have enough for them to skim up to the B tier. So, yeah. I'd say pretty much every other band on here is gonna stay in the C tier. North Star, another more pop punky Midwest hybrid band, they're fine. Same thing with the Promise Ring, they're fine. Plain White Tees, a band that obviously got big with Hey There Delilah, which you know what? I will admit that song is overplayed, but I do like that song. Like it's a sweet little love song, like sad love song. And they even did a couple of things that I do like, a couple of other songs that I do really like. So at the end of the day, they're not the worst band, so they're gonna stay in the C tier. Pup, I really did not care about. As a matter of fact, like if I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna put them in a D tier. I'm sorry, I just did not. I don't like Pup. Again, it's mostly the vocals. Like, if I am just someone who is very stingy when it comes to vocals. Which is why I'm kind of dicey with the Get Up Kids. So, yeah, like I'm very, 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 very dicey when it comes to vocals in general. Hey Mercedes is gonna stay there. Texas is the Reason is gonna stay. But Drive Like Jehu is gonna be brought down to the D tier. Again, I just didn't really like them as much as some of the other groups. And yeah, they're another. Are they Midwest or are they Scrams? I don't remember. I'm gonna just do a little snapshot. I do remember when I listened to them again, I did not like them. I didn't hate it, but like, yeah. Okay, Scrams. Yeah, I did not like their style of screamo. So, yeah. Now, that being said, bands that I'm going to bring up higher: Scary Kids, Scaring Kids, and Sunday Real Estate. Now, I will admit, Scary Kids, that's just, like, I will just straight up say this. That's just a dumb name. Like, you're scary kids that are scaring kids. Like, no, dumb name. Like, your name is dumb. But I did a bit of a deeper dive on their music, and I'm not gonna lie, their music actually, I guess I was just kind of soured by like the first couple of tracks off their debut, because like their second album is fucking fire. Like Faces, Degenerates, and then the other song that was on that album that I really loved. Like that entire debut album, not that debut, that's self-titled. Oh my god, that has, it's better than it has any right to be, if I'm gonna be honest. Holding On. Yeah, go check out their self-titled. They did release an album last year, but it is very different from the rest of from their first two albums, and quite frankly, I think it actually is pretty fucking bad. Like if we were ranking this based off of all their stuff now, then yeah, they would be a C tier. Just based off the fact that they released a pretty bad album last year. But their first two albums, I've grown on. So check out their first two albums. And then as for Sunny Day Real Estate, again, they're another band that helped start the Midwest emo stub style. Yeah, they're from Seattle, so because of that, they are also a grunge band. So yeah, they're actually, I think, the only pure grunge band that's also on this list. So, and yes, I do count them as grunge. And funny enough, without this band, we would not have, many of the members of this band would eventually join the Foo Fighters as well. So, kind of an interesting piece of grunge history right there. But besides that, I respect them enough. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I feel like they're probably a better example of being the first true emo band. Yeah, I know I have Moss Icon, I have Jawbreaker on here, but if I'm going to be honest, I feel like I'm only counting them just because, they are considered to be some of the first emo bands. But I feel like Sunny Day Real Estate is, as well as Weezer, were kind of the first bands that helped shape emo as we know it now. Like, their style of, what they did with the emo genre, I think fits well within how people perceive emo as a genre and a subculture. And there's a bit more of a direct lineage that at least I've noticed when it comes to, the other bands that would eventually come, not just within the Midwest emo scene, but just even in the 2000s with third wave emo in general. So in that aspect, I would say that Sunny Day Real Estate deserves that credit a little bit more. But that's just me. And now we've got the D tiers. And I think I need to change a bunch of the tierings that I have down here. More so specifically at the Drive-In, Bayside, Death Cab for Cutie, Hawthorne Heights, Saves the Day, Taking Back Sunday, Thrice, and Thursday. I think I need to make an apology to every single one of those bands. But let's start off with the bands that I'm gonna change my tierings like the most. Specifically Thrice. I think I need to make a direct apology because I don't know what the fuck I was thinking by putting them in D tier. Because I put them in A tier in my post-hardcore / metalcore tier list, but I put them in a D tier in this list. I don't know what I was doing. They're A tier. I need to single-handedly apologize to those guys, especially since I literally saw them live a few months ago at When We Were Young as well, and they were pretty good. I know they were playing at the same exact time as Say Anything, so like I was kind of watching both of them at the same time, but god damn it, they were pretty good live. And well, their albums from the 2000s, especially The Artist and the Ambulance, that album is a certified banger, and you're not going to change my mind otherwise. Granted, are they the best band of that sort of style? The Scram? I guess they're Scrams, or at least their first 3 albums. I mean, I still prefer Silverstein in terms of that. And when they started to become prog by Visu, I don't know how to pronounce that album. It's the album that kind of looks like a Ouija board, kind of. Although to be fair, it's actually really cool. It's a really cool album cover. Vesu. Okay, whatever. This album, I can't fucking tell. I can't tell what that says, but whatever. It doesn't matter because the album's actually pretty good. Admittedly, they kind of lost it after, at least in my mind, like after Beggars. But admittedly, they kind of already went in a more prog direction, like by that point, anyways, and weren't really associated with emo. But regardless, though, I still think that like Thrice is an A tier. No ifs, and or buts about it, and I need to single-handedly apologize about that. So, yeah, they are not a D tier. And you know what else is also not a D tier? Well, all these bands. But you know what else is also going to be an A tier? Taking Back Sunday. I need to make an apology to them. I don't know what I was thinking with that. Okay, I know there's ad break, but I'm going to talk anyways. So, I think I was pretty apprehensive. I remember why I was apprehensive. It's because I did not like the album cover for their second album. I just didn't like that. That being said, I did take the time to actually listen, and god damn it, are they actually good. Yeah, What You Want to Be. I don't like that album cover. But tell all your friends and louder now. And even New Again. I'll defend New Again. I think all 4 of those albums are pretty good. Even though that one's more pop punk post-hardcore. But you get the point. As far as emo bands go, yeah, no, I'd say they're pretty good. And they are very closely tied to Brand New's history as well, as Jesse was originally part of Taking Back Sunday. Funny enough. So yeah, if you had to ask me about that rivalry, like the Brand New versus Taking Back Sunday rivalry, yes, my answer would be I do prefer Taking Back Sunday. So there, that's your definitive answer from me. All right, that being said, Taking Back Sunday, yeah, I gave them a bit too much shit. So, yeah. And you know what else I also gave too much shit? Bayside, Death Cab for Cutie, and Hawthorne Heights. all of them are going into the B tiers. And if I'm going to be honest, Death Cab for Cutie is borderline A tier. They are another Death Cab for Cutie is another band from Washington that's kind of a Midwest emo thing. Actually, yeah, fuck it. I'm putting them in A tier. I think I was just super stingy when I first heard them. Like, I just didn't click with it whenever I first heard their music. But, well, I've matured since then. And, god damn it, I think they're actually really, really, really good. As far as that style of emo goes, I think I still prefer American football, but I do think that Death Cab for Cutie has the better production value. So, whatever. I can flip-flop between the two. But regardless, though, Death Cab for Cutie, I have to single-handedly apologize, at least in terms of me disrespecting their emo era stuff. Granted, what's going on with the lead singer right now is... but to separate the art from the artist, it's fine. And then Bayside and Hawthorne Heights, I've been pretty vocal about, how, my opinion about Hawthorne Heights has changed, and that I think I gave them a bit too much shit. They do have their issues, but their first two albums are really freaking awesome, and I do recommend them. And then as for Bayside, yeah, it's just the case. I think it was just the case that they just had a not very good first album, because I just heard the first album and not really their self-titled stuff onwards. So yeah, they're just a case where they just had a where the debut turned out to be the worst thing. But if that's the case, then that showcases that they are very talented in that regard. So yeah, I have to single-handedly apologize to Bayside that you guys aren't bad. I was just an idiot back then. So yeah, please forgive me. And then even in the case of the bands at the drive-in, Saves the Day and Thursday, I'm gonna put them in C tiers. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in the C tier. And you know what? I'm even gonna do the same thing for Sleeping with Sirens. So at the drive-in, obviously the two guys would eventually form the Mars Volta. If I'm gonna be honest, I still prefer the Mars Volta, but at the drive-in, I think I just didn't really respect as much. I still prefer other bands, which is why they're still going to be in a lower tier. As their style of emo is still not quite what I'm into. But I can at least understand why some people do like them. Same thing with Saves the Day. As a matter of fact, Saves the Day were a huge influence on a bunch of the other bands that we have up higher, specifically Fall Out Boy comes to mind. And I did also see them live at When We Were Young, and they were okay live. So yeah, it's just a case where it's like, and again, I'm gonna say the same thing for Thursday. Is that with all three of those bands, is that they're not bad. I just prefer other groups, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of my stance, at least when it comes to those three. And then as for Sleeping with Sirens, that's just the case where I just have been giving them too much shit. They're not that bad. It's just the case where I just prefer Pierce the Veil. And not only that, but also it's also the case that their music, generally speaking, does sound a lot like Seosin at times. And Well, it's not directly copy. I just prefer Seosin and Pierce the Veil. So, yeah, that's my stance on Sleeping with Sirens. Every other band is still gonna stay. I mean, I can go on about every like the other bands that I have on here: Anniversary, Basement, City of Caterpillar, Empire. Empire was a Lonely Estate, Matchbook Romance, Mineral, Pianos Become the Teeth, Heroin, Secret and Whisper, and then Further Seems Forever. I just don't really care. A lot of those bands, yeah, like most of those bands are either Midwest emo or they're scrams, and you already know my thing on that. I just don't really like those particular styles. I'm more of an emo pop / emo core sort of guy. Emo core as in like bands that people most associate with emo music and like the emo subculture. So yeah, like Pierce the Veil, MCR, Coheed and Cambria, Census Fail, Circa Survive, like bands like that. Like the more either mainstream bands or bands that are like prog inspired. So that's kind of my thing. And then last but not least, we've got the F tiers, which the only band I'm going to raise from the F tier, actually two, is Farewell My Love and Orchid. Orchid, I'm gonna raise up to a D tier. I still wouldn't say that I like them, but they do have some songs that I think are fine. Specifically, their later stuff, but their early stuff is way too rough. And then as for Farewell My Love, I don't even know. They're an example where it's like, do they even count? I don't know. Again, I've removed plenty of bands from this list already. They might be another band I'll remove in the future. But as far as I feel about them, they're okay. They're not awful. I don't know why I put them in F tier. They're not I Am Ghost. But yeah, they're just kind of fine, I guess. But yeah, all these other bands I'm not going to change. All these bands on the front, they are Christian rock, and you guys are. I already told you guys my stance on Christian rock involving with acceptance. It's just I don't like Christian rock at all, and like a lot of it just is way too preachy at points. And in the case of a few of these bands, let's just say that like they represent the worst of that. Specifically, Flyleaf comes to mind in that because they are evangelical fundamentalists, and I am. That is like basically something that I find to be an unironic mortal enemy of mine. So no thanks. Again, I'm not gonna shit on people's religious beliefs, but that is going to be one exception. As for the other bands, like no disrespect to like the members of those groups, but it's just more so that I just don't like Christian rock, and so by default I put them in F tiers. Granted, I do recognize that there is a bit of a quality difference between some of these groups, but I don't care. I just don't really like that stuff at all. And it's also annoying when motherfuckers are like, "Oh, you like Christian rock, therefore you're secretly Christian." Like, I hate that shit. Don't ever fucking do that. So, all right. As for Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, as well as From Autumns to Ashes, well, actually, really just those first three. They're just bands that were clearly trying to market on the popularity of emo and post-hardcore at the time, and I'm just not a particularly big fan. So yeah, and then as for Indian Summer and Page 99, they are I just consider to be the worst scram, like some of the worst of Scram's music. I really did not like their music at all. So yeah, no thanks. And now we can move on to talking about bands that weren't originally on the list. Though we'll cover the bands that we covered in our last tier list very quickly. So those being Circus Survive, Hail the Sun, and The Receiving End of Sirens. They were on our prog tier list. So for Hail the Sun and for The Receiving End of Sirens, I'm going to put both of them in A tier. In the case of Hail the Sun, they are more on the post-hardcore side of things, and yeah, I find them to be pretty underrated. Some people don't really call them an emo band, but I would argue otherwise, especially when you listen to a lot of the deep cuts off of their first couple of albums. Wake especially. I mean, it's not just because of the album cover. Yes, like, it's a very, very, very emo album cover, but like, I would argue that, songs like Morning Sickness, Cosmic Narcissism, Relaxed Divide, Jane Doe, and Anti-Eulogy, those are emo songs, like, easily. Same thing with a lot of the songs off of their debut. Like Sunny Day or Orion. Like, those are emo songs. Like, they fit in the category. So I know they're more associated with bands like The Fall of Troy and Dance Gavin Dance, at least when it comes to like touring and stuff. But they have enough material to also count within the emo genre, and damn it, they're very good. So that's why they're going into the A tier. And then Receiving End of Sirens, they're another kind of more proggy band with where their albums are, heavily like, they're basically concept albums. And yeah, damn, some of their lyrics can go very deep. And yeah, their music I do find to be pretty chilling at points. Specifically their second album. Their first album is more of a post-hardcore thing, but their second album, damn. So yeah, definitely check them out. And then we got Circus Survive. Anthony Green of Seosins, I would call it his main band because, he's been in that band way longer than he was in Seosin. But regardless, I'm going to put, if we're talking about their emo stuff, so like Juturna, On Letting Go, Blue Sky Noise, and their 2012 album. Oh yeah, no, they're going in S tier. So they're a band, again, I mentioned this before, they're a band that I basically just discovered this year, and wow, I feel like an idiot for not knowing who the fuck these guys were. Because it's like, I knew of Anthony Green of Seosin, but I didn't know about his other band. And my god, it's really damn good. So yeah, like, another amazing example of how you do progcore really damn well. Like, them along with Armor for Sleep and Chiodos, I think, are the best examples of how you do progcore. Okay, Armor for Sleep isn't really a post-hardcore band mixed with emo. I guess Pierce the Veil is more of that, I feel like. Yes, Pierce the Veil is a prog band. Go watch our prog tier list if you want more specifics. But yeah, like, I would say that as far as combining emo, post-hardcore, and prog music, Chiodos, Pierce the Veil, and Circus Survive, at least on this list, do it the best. So go check them out. Yeah, go check out Circus Survive. Blue Sky Noise especially. It has a weird album cover. I mean, most of the album covers of Circus Survivor, kind of weird. Although, to be fair, they're inspired by, like, Roman art. But whatever. It's really damn good. And I recommend them. Alright, what else we got? Let's actually... I'm going to talk about bands that I'm more familiar with, but I've not talked about before. And then everything else we'll just kind of figure out on our own. Alright. Destroy Rebuild Until God Shows. Hot Mulligan. Isles and Glaciers. Law Dispute. LS Dunes. May. Oh god. Seisha. Spanish Love Songs. The Starting Line. There Is Tomorrow. And Tiny Moving Parts. Yeah, I'm more familiar with these bands. So, let's start with Destroy, Rebuild Until God Shows. So, remember how I mentioned that this wasn't going to be the end of Craig Owens? Well, this is his current band, actually. We can shorten it to Drugs. So yeah, Drugs is more of it's definitely more post-hardcore leaning for sure. Some people don't really count them, but they have enough elements to where I'm gonna count them as emo. And well, yeah, they're pretty good. I'd put them in A tier. I still prefer Chiodos. But as far as the 2 albums that they've released, I was originally iffy on the album that they released last year, but I have grown on it, and I think it's actually pretty good. So, yeah, I would recommend them for sure. Especially if you want more stuff by Craig Owens. So, this is a good place to continue that journey. And then we've got Hot Mulligan, a band that also I'm kind of surprised I did not talk about in our last tier list, because these guys have like nearly 1 million listeners on Spotify. I don't know where that came from, but okay. Though they're another weird group, because they started off in the Midwest emo style, but then eventually went into a more pop-punk emo style. Admittedly, I do need to listen to them a little bit more, but from what I've heard, I actually think is not bad. So, B tier. They have some interesting vocals going on, but it's not anything that's like too out of the ordinary. So, yeah, I'll give them the B tier. And now we've got Isles and Glaciers. So, again, Craig Owens is another side project of his. But he was also able to get Vic Fuentes of Pierce the Veil fame, as well as, well, the first lead singer of Dance Gavin Dance to also join. And that's unfortunately the problem. I didn't really mention this with Dance Gavin Dance in the prog tier list, and they're not on this list because they're not an emo band. They're post-hardcore. The original lead singer of Dance Gavin Dance was not a very good person. Let's just say he liked to do a lot of assaulting. So, yeah, that unfortunately kind of does ruin this project at least a little bit. But if we're putting him aside and we just judge the music on its own, honestly, I find it to be really damn good. A tier. It just sucks that, he's a part of the project. And it also does suck that it's only one EP, but that EP is so good. Like, oh my god, it's such a good EP. I'm I mean, I'm kind of not surprised that this isn't as talked about because of what happened with the Dance Gavin Dance guy. But like even then, I would still at least recommend it, but just that major asterisk right next to the album. So just do keep that in mind. So yeah. Yeah, as far as supergroups go, this is easily one of the better examples of how you do a supergroup correctly. Because unfortunately, supergroups are very notorious to say the least. But in this case, it worked out pretty well. If only it continued into a full like LP. So, alright. Let's go back to the world of scrams. Law Dispute. A band that I will admit I was hesitant on putting them on our original tier list, which is why they weren't on it. However, I did a bit of a deep dive, and, well, they do count. They are, in fact, an emo band, or at least they have enough elements that I'm going to count them as an emo band. So, well, they're here. So, I really, okay. I do think I like them more compared to, like, in comparison to other Scrams groups. Especially that first album that they came out, that they released back in 2008. What is it called again? Law Dispute. Yeah, Somewhere at the Bottom of the River Between Vega and Altair. That album actually is pretty damn good. Yeah, the vocalist kind of has a goofy style, but you know what? It's still a really damn good album. And shit, I'll even say that, yeah, Rooms of the House was also pretty good. So, but yeah, they're definitely a band that I can see not everyone's going to like. And yeah, admittedly, they do kind of have some weird stuff going on. But you know what? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll give them a B tier. So I would at least give them a chance. At least give their debut a chance. So that's at least my recommendation. At least, like, when it comes to Law Dispute, is that they're a very interesting band. At the very least. And then we've got LS Dunes. Another supergroup, this time involving the members of My Chemical Romance, Cody and Cambria, the band Thursday, and Stay Since That Circa Survived because Anthony Green is the lead singer. They just released their first album, and from what I've heard, it's pretty good. And I am excited to see what they're gonna do next. But I definitely am just gonna I'm gonna keep them in the A tier though, because I do like what I'm hearing, but I do think that they definitely should release just at least another album before I can definitively say that this is one of the best groups ever. Especially since a lot of it consists of many of the members of a lot of bands I like anyways. So that's pretty awesome. God, my nose is so itchy right now. Fuck. But yeah, that's kind of my take on LS Dunes. I'm excited to see where that project goes, and hopefully it's not another Isles and Glaciers thing where it's a one time. I hope it continues on. All right. Oh God, May. Ugh. You guys already know what I'm going to do. If you guys know about these guys, I'm putting them in F tier. They're another Christian rock band, so automatically that's going to be in the F tier. But even so, God, I hate this guy's vocals so much. Like, it's so. I don't know how to describe his vocals. They just sound like. Like, it doesn't sound nasal. Like, it's nasally, but it's not. I don't know how to describe it. And also, he uses really weird wording, like, all things come and everything's try, or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know. I don't like this guy's vocals. Like, and the music itself, yes, it's Christian Midwest emo we're talking about here. So, like, take the worst aspects of Midwest emo, mix it in with Christian music, and you basically got May. More like, may I not listen to this band ever again, please? Um, just please. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I hate May. Like, I really hate this fucking band. So, all right, let's move on to the next group. Seisha. Another Scrams band. Though, to be fair, I like them a little bit more than some of the other groups, though I still think other groups are better. So I'm going to put them in C tier, though I am going to put them in a high C. I do like their most popular songs. Specifically Venus and Bacchus. I think that's how you say that. So yeah, and again, they're another screamo band, kind of Midwest as well. They're a hodgepodge of both, but the way that they do it, I think, is just a bit more interesting because it's not full scrams. It's not them just screaming the entire time, which is what I prefer. And that sort of flip flop between the two, at least, makes it somewhat unique. So yeah, I'm gonna put Seisha at a C tier. So they've got a few moments, but not something I would regularly listen to, and I've heard worse. All right, Spanish love song. Oh god, yeah, Spanish love songs. Another pop punky emo band. I will say, I used to not like this guy's vocals, but I've grown on the vocals of this band. Again, it's kind of like Law Dispute, where yeah, it kind of sounds goofy at first, but I think it works to their benefit, and I don't know. I just think they're all right. So I'm gonna put them in the B tier as well. And you know what? I think, yeah, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna probably do the same thing for the rest of these, or at least bands I'm familiar with. So the Starting Line, There's Tomorrow, and Tiny Moving Parts. So the Starting Line is another pop punky emo group. So yeah, definitely in the same lineage as bands like the Get Up Kids or Saves the Day. Though I think I prefer them over both of those. Not saying that like I wouldn't say that they're like, okay, well, I put them higher, so I guess I am saying that they're better, but like, whatever, you get my point. Is I just prefer them. So, but that's not to disrespect Saves the Day or the Get Up Kids. It's just my personal preference. But yeah, very similar band to those. And then as for There's Tomorrow, they are another sort of emo core group. So yeah, definitely more in line with a band like Census Fail. So yeah, I think more like post-hardcore-y. But not particularly scrams. And from what I've heard so far, I actually did like. So I might check them out a little bit more. And then last but not least, we've got Tiny Moving Parts, another band that is very Midwest emo, but I think that they do the Midwest emo thing way better than their, forefathers, essentially, because, yeah, these guys are a newer Midwest emo band. I think they started back in, 2014. And, yeah, they do that better, at least in my mind. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about them. A band that honestly is very similar to Weezer, like Weezer's early stuff, or even Say Anything. So yeah, they're kind of in that whole nerdcore thing. So yeah, they're pretty okay. All right, now as for all of the rest of these bands, oh okay, I have heard the Early November, and yeah, I didn't really care. They're not the worst thing I've ever heard, but again, in terms of Midwest emo, yeah, it's just kind of another generic Midwest emo thing, at least in my mind. Sorry. I just don't like Midwest emo. I mean, I don't really care for scrams either, but I just prefer. I just don't like Midwest emo. I'm sorry. I get the appeal, but it's just not really my thing. I don't really like the folksy side of emo as much. Obviously, I put down exceptions, but yeah, that's not really of my interests. All right. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. All right. Okay. Let's cover the remaining of these bands, and then I'm gonna take a little bit of a break before we get into the characters slash individual musicians. So, all right, because that's where the real fun is going to be in. Okay, Benton Falls. So this looks like it looks like this is gonna be another Midwest emo group. Oh, they're from California. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's seats here. Again, I don't really see myself going back to this as often. So, though they are a little bit better than some of the other Midwest emo bands. So, yeah, they're just kind of more slower paced. So, yeah, I'd say they're okay. All right, Boys Night Out. From what I remember, these guys are another sort of scramsy kind of group. Oh no, they are pop punk. Honestly, very similar to Bayside in a lot of ways. Like they kind of give me like a Bayside or like a Jimmy Eat World sort of thing going on. So yeah, I'm gonna put them in B tier. Again, they don't really have a lot of listeners, so like, and there's probably a reason why. It's probably because people would just rather listen to Bayside or Jimmy Eat World. But at least in terms of that style, they at least emulate it well enough. So yeah, like I would say that they're fine. All right, next up, Chamberlain. I think that's how you... Chamberlain. Here we go. Then... Okay, we've got ourselves another grungy / post-grunge inspired group. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, that was a drastic shift between albums. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably... Actually, I'm probably going to put the rest of these in C tier. Just as a bit of a warning. Actually, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to put these in C tier for now. But I'm going to go ahead and, like, take my time to sort of listen to them and see if I move them up to B tier. But again, the tier list is going to be fairly balanced anyways, so it's not like, it's going to be overpowered. Though, it does look like we have a pretty positive ratio this time around. I'm not, being rude about it. All right, Foxing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, most of these bands, the rest of these bands are Midwest emo. So, yeah, Foxing is fine. Again, it's not really anything that, like, I see myself really listening to too often. All right. Next up, Joan of Arc. So, Midwest emo. Yep, Midwest emo. Come on, we gotta give... Okay, I know there's a lot of Midwest emo bands on this list, but we gotta give them at least a little bit of respect because, they existed before the third wave of emo. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that, like, the rest of these are going to be C tiers. So yeah, because so far there's not really anything that, like, I'm kind of disliking, which should be a good thing. I stand corrected. Prince Daddy and the Hyena. I hate that name. Jesus Christ. Want to talk about dumb names? That's a dumb name. And yeah, I stand corrected. These guys are going in the D tier. I do not like what I'm hearing. It's everything I don't. Yeah, it's most of everything I don't like about Midwest emo wrapped into one. Oh, okay, not really Midwest emo. Yeah, it's just everything I don't really care for when it comes to what I'm just gonna refer to as Reddit emo. Basically any sort of like, emo music that places like Reddit really like. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna describe this as. Reddit emo. Alright. Stray Light Run. Alright. What we got for you guys? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, Stray Light Run. Um yeah, Adam Lazarus and John Nolan of Taking Back Sunday. Excuse me. This was sort of a side project of theirs. So yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing I kind of forgot about that. But yeah, this is sort of, one of their side projects. And yeah, it's another Midwest emo sort of inspired thing. Though actually a little bit better. I'm gonna give this a B tier. Yeah, because I think as far as Midwest emo inspired stuff goes, this is definitely on the upper half of that in my opinion. So yeah, this isn't too bad. So yeah, Stray Light Run. Not too bad for a side project. Might actually check this out a little more often. So yeah, that's cool. All right, Tiger's Jaw. What's up with this group? Wait, is this Okay, no, cause okay, okay, sorry. It's kind of sounded like the lead singer from Armor for Sleep, Ben Jordanstein, but no, it's not him. At least I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not him. Yeah, this is average, I'd say. It's just kind of whatever. Not the worst thing I've ever heard, but yeah, not something I'm gonna seek out for myself. All right, and then we've got Typecast. If I remember from my research, this is actually a Filipino band, which I find very fascinating. Yeah, because Okay, interesting so far. Okay, this sounds kind of like a mix between Silverstein and Coheed and Cambria. What? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta listen to a little bit more of this. Yeah, B tier. Yeah, I need a. Yeah, I'm gonna do a deep gut. I'm gonna do a deep dive on these guys because this is. Damn. Okay. I'm not gonna put them in A tier because, like, you know, I'm not gonna fucking do what I did with a few of the bands we talked about before, where it's like I heard like the first few songs and I was like, okay, yeah, this is amazing. I'm not gonna overhype myself, but that was actually not bad. Dare I say that was actually good. So yeah, I'm gonna check out Typecast for sure. All right, last but not least, we've got the Van Pile, which I think is yet another Midwest group. So, or the Van Pelt, excuse me. Yeah, these guys do not have many listeners on Spotify. God, I broke the rule. That yeah, I'll just keep them in the C tier. Again, I'm sorry, I just don't really care for Midwest emo as much. It's just not really my scene. If you like it, that's fine, but it's not really anything that I would say is of my particular, you know, tastes. But yeah, so yeah, that's the list. That's everything on the list, you know. God, I'm actually kind of surprised we were able to get everything done. Like, I don't know, that's just insane to me. So, but yeah, but yeah, that was everything on the list. Yeah, you guys already know I'm gonna be adding in a couple of more bands. Although to be fair, I forgot to add in one group for whatever stupid reason, so I'm gonna make sure I do that now. And then, but this time we've got 4. Okay, first of all, let's take care of Braid. I don't know why that wasn't added to the thing. That's kind of annoying. So yeah, they're C tier. They're just kind of your average early 2000s emo group. So, but, well, it would not. That being said, though, I have to concede, at least when it comes to this particular list, because I remember last time I did this, I did not have these 3 bands, because how can I not have an emo tier list without featuring the 3 bands that basically created emo? Rites of Spring, Embrace, and Beefeater. These are considered by many to be emo bands, like basically the first emo bands, and essentially like the first groups to start how we know as emo. However, I have a bit of a confession to make. Hot take for you guys. I don't really consider any of these bands to be like emo. Yeah, I'm sorry. To me, Rites of Spring, Embrace, and Beefeater. And I even said this in our original tier list. They don't really sound like what we would eventually know as emo. I mean, yeah, I can definitely hear like the stuff that they helped inspire bands to be like to eventually become when it comes to the emo genre. But to me, their music sounds they just sound straight up as hardcore punk. Like these are hardcore bands. These aren't, I wouldn't really call them emo bands per se, despite how, especially when it comes to Rites of Spring, everyone uses that as the example, as that's the band that started emo. But is it really though? And again, even like with some of the bands I mentioned earlier, like Jawbreaker and Moss Icon, like yeah, I put them on the list before, but like even I'm kind of teetering on them. So like, because again, these just feel more like hardcore bands than they do like emo bands. Because these bands, frankly, don't really sound a lot like any of the bands we just talked about. Other than I guess maybe like Thrice. But again, Thrice counts because they have those sort of melodic elements, as well as just sadder, tones that you hear with a lot of emo bands. I don't really hear that with a lot of these other, like, I don't really hear a lot of that with the 80s bands. So, yeah, because of that though, I'm actually going to make another, I'm going to make another tier. This is not a tier below F, it's just more so asking the question. Does this even count? And I'm going to put them with all three of these bands. And if I'm going to be honest, Moss Icon and Jawbreaker, they're kind of in the same boat. So, I don't know. Just these bands, well, I definitely do respect Moss Icon. Again, like these just don't really sound like what emo would become. Again, like I'd argue that Sunny Day Real Estate and Weezer are kind of the first emo bands. And that makes sense in my mind because, or I guess maybe even a band like Drive Like, I don't know, but like you get my point is, I don't know if these bands count. So, although to be fair, I might as well bring you down there as well as Sleeping with Sirens. Because again, even thinking about it, I'm kind of questioning this one. But yeah, like I don't know. Like, do they even count? So yeah, again, this is the first time I actually am doing this with multiple bands because I've obviously asked that question with a few bands from like the other tier, like some of the other tier lists, but like this is kind of the first time I'm kind of asking that. In my mind though, like every other band fits. Like that is no doubt in my mind. But as far as these bands go, but more so like the first bands that are on that row, yeah, like I actually have no idea. So, and I know that's a huge hot take, at least when it comes to like the traditionalist emo crowd. But I don't know, dude. Like these do like even if you wanted to give the benefit of the doubt of them being inspirations to like the emo scene, again, they like that's just them being an inspired thing. It's not like a Rage Against the Machine situation where I do count Rage Against the Machine as a nu metal band because they do sound like a nu metal band. This is a case where it's like these guys don't really sound emo. I can definitely hear their influences in emo music, but I don't know if I'd call them emo. So that's my stance, at least when it comes to that. But regardless, we finally updated our emo tier list. Of course, we've got our second tier list to go over, but before we do that, I'll be right back. I just want to get, I'm just gonna get a few things, so I'll be right back. Playtime's over. Let's get into the part that everyone was waiting for. So, again, that was just, us updating what you guys probably already know. This is the list that really matters. So, let's get into emo characters. So, I think I need to ask the question, well, what makes a character emo? Or at least for, the fictional characters on here. Obviously, we've got a bunch of lead singers on here and, like, members of different emo stuff as well. But, at least, wow, ad break, right when I was explaining, rude. But yeah, like, as far as, an emo character goes, I mean, it should be pretty obvious, is that, like, one of the stipulations. One, they gotta be part of the scene. Like, they gotta have, skinny jeans, or, like, like, striped shirts. They gotta have the eyeliner, or the eyeshadow. They gotta have a fringe. Like, if they look emo, obviously that automatically qualifies them as being emo. But there's actually one other aspect of that a lot of people don't really consider. And I've been explaining that quite a bit to a lot of people. And that is, how emotional they are as a character or as a person. So, what do I mean by that? Well, are they sort of an emotion? Okay. As someone who has experienced a lot of shit in their life, not because I consider myself emo, but as someone who has dealt with a lot of just, mental health issues, as well as just a general emotional person, it can get to me a lot. But I guess that's kind of what I'm referring to, though, is if they have some sort of a mental struggle or something like that. And of course, do they kind of fit the vibe? Like, does it seem like that these characters would hang out with other emos, essentially? That's kind of what we're thinking about here. And yeah, those are kind of the three stipulations, at least as far as emo characters go. Because I have had to explain that to a lot of people, at least with certain characters, because they automatically get confused. And I need to also settle this right now. We are not talking about goth or punk characters or any other alternative character. There will be some overlap, though, because as you guys probably tell down there, but we are not talking about goths or punks. If there's overlap, then of course we'll be talking about them, but those are a completely different, that's a completely different subculture, or a completely different part of alternative culture as a whole. And to tell you the difference between someone who is goth and emo, goth characters tend to be more, I guess you can say, pessimistic. Obviously, that's not the case for every single goth, but they do tend to be a bit more, you know, like, I don't want to say existential either, but they definitely look at life at a macro level, essentially. And they sort of, view the outside world with like a certain lens. Whereas with emo characters, they're a lot more about their personal selves, and they kind of look at things more so from like, a micro level, just kind of either their general surroundings or just them as a person. And that's the type of characters that we're talking about. Again, there is overlap between the two, but that's not every single character we're going to be talking about. And of course, the last thing that we're going to be covering here is, of course, individual lead singers or musicians from many of the bands we just talked about, specifically a lot of the more famous ones, because I think that'd be kind of funny and just be kind of funny to see what type of reaction I'm going to get by talking about who I prefer. Obviously, with that said, I'm not throwing any shade at any particular person in this. I just want to preface that right now. It's the same exact thing with our tier lists. I'm not here to, trash on anyone's particular character here. I'm just here to kind of, have a little bit of fun and, just see who the most emo just to see who the most emo people there are. So, yeah, admittedly, I am lowering my voice a little bit, mostly because, my throat's starting to hurt. All right. So, yeah. And as you can see, we've got ourselves some different tierings. So, yeah, we're going to be treating this tier list a little bit differently. So, this time around, we've got from bottom all the way up, we've got meh. So basically either people or characters that I don't particularly care for as much. Then we've got feel sorry for, where it's like, yeah, I kind of feel sorry for what you got there. And then pretty emo, where it's like, yeah, you're emo. Super emo, it's like you're hardcore emo. And then I want to give a hug. Those are either people or characters that I just... Hold on, where's my pillow? I just want to give them a hug. Because they're so emo. So yeah, I don't know. And in some cases, at least, okay, and in the case of the characters, they're a bit special in this heart. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're doing, at least with that. So, that being said, though, one more thing. If anyone's going to be kind of weirded out about this, I'm not going to allow that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to probably time you out if you're going to be saying certain things, because at the end of the day, this is a joke. So, mostly. But whatever, we'll get to that. But yeah, I think we should probably divide this into two separate categories. Let's do it with real people, and then we'll do it with the actual, characters. Well, actually 3 categories, because I just realized that there's more than just that. So yeah, we're gonna do musicians. So yeah, real people. Scroll them over. And then the live action, and then we'll do live action characters, and then we'll do, video game and animated characters. Okay. So yeah, again, I'm surprised no one has really done a tier list like this before. But, well, I guess you can say we're the first ones to. I guess you can say we're breaching a bit of new ground for this for sure. Yeah, let's have you right there. Of course, the Fallout Boys. You down there. Yeah. Okay, ignore him. I don't know why he's there. Ignore him. All right. So let's get on with this tier list then, because this is gonna be great. Okay. So let's start with we've got Adam Lazzaro from Lazarus, right? Hold on. Yeah, Lazarus, sorry. From Taking Back Sunday. So again, keep in mind, I saw Taking Back Sunday live back in when we were young, 2022. I guess I don't know. I mean, again, he seemed like he was okay, though. You can definitely tell he was. Wait, it was him live, right? I don't know. I just remember whenever I was at seeing them, like the lead singer, you can tell he was fucking drunk. So like, yep, it was Adam. God damn it, Adam. All right, again, I'm not throwing shade, but yeah, this is kind of whatever, I guess, in our thing. Again, I like Taking Back Sunday. Just whatever. Alright, and then we got Anthony Green of both Circus Survive and Seosin fame, and now Alice Dunes fame. And you know what? I did see him live too. While Seosin was at when we were young last year. And I will say he's a very talented musician. Like, you can tell that he loves music. Like, that's his just passion. And that's awesome. Like, it's awesome to be able to see someone be very passionate about the thing that they love. And I mean, you guys already know I fucking love Seosin. I really like, and I really have gotten into Circus Survive a lot. So I mean, Get Out is a fucking banger. So you know what? You're a super emo in our camp. So oh shit. Yeah, if only I had a soundbite, but it is what it is. All right, and then we got Ben Gilbert from Death Cab for Cutie. I mean, yeah, after what happened with the his personal opinions on a certain thing, yeah, I'm kind of meh about that. Again, I do like Death Cab for Cutie, but yeah, that was what it is. All right, Burt McCracken from The Used. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, he God, I'm just thinking of the music video from all that I got, where he's wearing all the fucking like where he's wearing like the top hat and shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty cool look. He looks very different now too, though, because he definitely has went for a more, hardcore look. I mean, yeah, this is a picture of him, I think, from around 2015 5? Because, yeah, he used to have really long hair. He cut all of that short now. But, yeah. You know what? I say he's pretty emo. I mean, again, hold on. Let's look up the fucking... Okay, again, usually I wouldn't do this, but, like, Again, I'm not gonna be playing, like, any audio, but, like, yeah, literally, like, right... Come on, that's a cool fucking look. Okay, to be fair, this is a really good music video. Shit, I probably should have done that with Taking Back Sunday as well, and everything about it. Yeah, look at this. Okay, ignore that. God, this is such a cool music video. Yeah, I know. It's fucking... Oh, it looks like Brett and Yuri. Dude, this music video came out a year and a half before fucking, I Write Sins Not Tragedies came out. So, like... Whatever. So, you know what? You're gonna... We can put him in the pretty emo. Actually, I guess since we're looking up, like, emo... I guess since we're looking at, like, emo, like, media or whatever, I guess we might as well look up, stuff with Circle Survive. Again, thankfully, like, we're not gonna get, like, struck, because we're not really... Yeah, like, damn, he looks really young here. Oh my god. Also, it's very blurry. My god. Since when did he wear glasses? What? Okay, whatever. Okay. What about Taking Back... What about the rest of Taking Back Sunday? God, this went from us doing a tier list to just us, like, watching, like, old fucking music videos. My god. Alright. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I mean, to be fair, that is a pretty emo looking, like, look. I mean, come on. I mean, this was 2004, so, like... Oh, shoot. You know what? Okay. You know what? I feel sorry for him. After watching that, I think I'm gonna do a feel sorry for. So, again, I would play this with the audio, but, like, I don't want to get copyrighted, so, like, yeah, no thanks. Yes, we might as well look up... Death Cab for Cutie. What was the music video? Yeah, what was the one with, like, the... Yes! Title and registration. Yeah, the one where they're doing the surgery. My god, look at that. Look at that scene. Look at that, like, fringe right there. He's got a fringe. Okay. Like, hold on. Yeah, and keep in mind, these guys were a Midwest emo band too. Yeah, like, I mean, granted, it's not as prominent as mine, but, like, that's a fringe. That's a fringe right there, guys. So, okay, but yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that's all right. Who's? Ooh, Buddy. Yeah, Buddy from Senses Fail. Oh god, where's the? Yeah, Buried Alive. And that's the fucking... Yeah, this is the one where it's a parody, right? Yeah, it's like a 1950s sort of thing going on here. Damn, look at... Okay. Okay. Wait, did he dye his hair for this music video? I can't tell. Okay, although, yeah, this music video is super fucking cheesy, though. My god, okay. Although, to be fair, that's not really the most... Okay, you want to talk about, like, a sad music video, though? Hold on, let's go to fucking... Yeah, let's go to The Priest and the Matador. It's gonna be at, like, fucking 280p, like, unfortunately, because, like... Yeah, this came out in 2007. Yeah, look at this music video. Staring at clouds and shapes of dogs and cats. I hear a woman. Whatever. I'm not gonna spoil it, but yeah, you want to talk about like a sad music video? Yeah. But as for how we feel about Buddy, oh shoot, no, not my fringe. God damn it. But yeah, as far as Buddy is concerned, Buddy Nielsen from Census Fail, you know what? Especially considering that, like, you know, I saw them live as well, and I thought that they were really good, and Buddy seems like he's a pretty good guy. And just like with Anthony Green, he's very passionate about it, you know, his like with music. We're gonna give him into the highest tier. He deserves a hug. So yeah, you know what? Welcome to the crew. All right. God, this is a dumb tier list, but I don't care. It's funny. All right, what's next? Oh, great. Little Chrissy with his little strummings from Dashboard Confessional. Yeah, hands down, this is his most popular song, right? Yeah, there's a music video. He looks super different, by the way. Oh my god. Oh, okay. This isn't one. Okay, this is one of those dumb music videos. Okay. Hold on. There's got to be one that like shows him during like his. Oh, okay. Screaming Infidelities. Yeah, this one's gotta. Okay, FNAF. It's not your turn yet. Oh, damn. Okay. Again, keep in mind, I grew up during like the mid 2000s, so like this, like yeah, MTV or during that time, which I know MTV was kind of being iffy around that time, but yeah, damn. I mean, I'll say this: he doesn't really like at least as like a stage performer, he doesn't really stand out compared to everyone else. So like, at least in the sense of like, you know, get that fucking shit out of my fucking face. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, I'd say meh. I'm sorry, Chris, but you're just kind of, yeah. All right, who's that? Oh, great. Claudio Sanchez. Again, I met him in real life. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me see if I can pull up a picture of him. I literally took a picture with him. Hold on, I'm gonna upload it through. But yeah, like I legit met him in real life, which is awesome, by the way. I'm really happy I was able to meet him. All right, yeah, let me see if I can pull it up. Again, if I end up doing a podcast, I'll probably do a little bit more. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, like so. Yeah, proof that I met him in real life, and you probably see the shirt that I'm wearing. We'll get to her later, but like, So yeah, like I kind of have like I kind of have like a bit of a obligation to automatically put him in a high tier. So, you know what? Because okay, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna put him in a super emo. So he's borderline below. He's borderline just below. I want to give him a hug. But yeah, you know, just out of obligation, I have to at least put him at least at the super emo. I can't put him below. After you actually meet someone like that in real life, you can't do that. Like, that'd be mean. So, but yeah, that was great. It was nice being able to see him like in real life though. All right, next up, Connor from. Oh, we didn't watch. Oh, we didn't even see the fucking. Yeah, we didn't even see a music video. We gotta be fair, right? God, this is some 20 years ago. Look at that fucking hair, dude. You know how long that? Do you know how long it takes to take care of hair like that long? Like, you have no idea. Like, him and fucking Ray Toro. Like, they... God, you guys have fucking long-ass hair. Like, I don't know how you take care of that. Like, my God. But, whatever. You get the point. And yes, you've seen him with the fucking... Everyone's seen the music video with him with, Yeah, like, look at that. Look at that fucking hair. Like, that probably takes at least, like 3 bottles to just take care of. Like, damn. But yeah, in all seriousness though, it was awesome to be able to meet him, and yeah, he's going up pretty high as a result. So, all right, Connor from fucking Death Cab. Not get Death Cab, Bright Eyes. Are there any I don't think they have like any music videos, right? At least none. Yeah, that's the thing. They don't really have like a lot of music videos per se. Well, I mean, I guess except okay, there's a couple. Is this him? Yeah, there he is. Yeah, it's kind of looking like. Again, there's more mid. He's more of like a Midwest emo figure, so like he's not gonna look super seen. But yeah. Again, they were good live, so I will give Bright Eyes that. Even though like I don't particularly care too much about like their music, they were pretty good live. But yeah, that being said, though, I am gonna put him in the. I kind of feel sorry for him because, yeah, no one cared. Okay, because keep in mind they played right before Bring Me the Horizon came out, like on stage. So, yeah, by default, I do kind of feel bad for him because like no one cared when they were playing, and that sucked. Like that's gotta sting. But yeah, that's yeah, Connor, he seems pretty earnest though, so that's at least cool. All right, big head honcho of this stream, it seems like so far. Craig Owens. I mean, let's look at music videos for Chiodos. I mean, yeah, fucking world's best friend becomes. I will. That's it. Well, okay, that's a. What? Yeah, let's do baby. We won't last a minute on the Greek. Damn. Yeah, look at that. Look at that scene hair, dude. Like, yeah, that's a fringe. You saw that, right? Like. Okay, I think a better video would probably be Lexington. Actually, no, I think about it. Yeah, Lexington. Yeah, look at that fucking hair, dude. Like, damn. That is some seen as you can get hair. Like, damn. The only thing missing is that he's not covering his face. But yeah, you know what? We're Team Craig. We're Team Craig in this fucking household. You know what? Yeah, we're Team Craig. You know what? We're gonna put him all the way up here. We can give him a bug. Come on, we gotta love Chiodos. Guys, you guys know how much I fucking love Chiodos. Come on, like you kind of have to give him. Like, come on, man. Like you can't. Look at those puppy eyes. Look at those puppy eyes too. You can't miss that. Like, my god. Oh my god, this is fucking stupid, but whatever. I love this. Alright, who's next? Shit, okay. Oh, Derek from Mayday Parade. Alright. What's a good music video for him? Okay, let's do a more serious music video. How about Stay? I know. We're judging them we're judging, like, you know, emo and scene icons just based off of like certain like scenes they were in on music videos. I mean, he's fine, I guess. Okay, I fucking hate the music videos that look like this. Like, can we not have like, you know, 16:9, please? Fuck. Okay. Whatever. I mean, I do kind of feel sorry for him though, because like they never really got the major attention that otherwise could have been. But all right, let's go with Fred. Like fucking can't read that last name. He's also from Taking Back Sunday. Fias. I don't know how to fucking. I don't know. I'm sorry. He was in the Make Damn Sure music video, right? Yeah, that's Adam. Yeah, there he is. God, Adam, you are really taking the attention right now. Okay, I guess I feel somewhat sorry for him. You know, it is just kind of one of those things. So, yeah. Alright, well, we've reached the true big head honcho of this entire thing, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's go for, Gerard motherfucking Way. I mean, you guys already know. Yeah, like, you already fucking know. Like, of course. Of course, he's going into fucking the top tier. It's Gerard motherfucking Way. How could he not? Like, come on. Have you never seen the music video for Helena? Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, this man is practically sobbing in this music video. Okay, to be fair, though, this music video is really fucking good. So, like... Yeah, and of course, this is the one where he's in the iconic fucking the black suit. Which, hot take, I prefer over the Black Parade costume. Though the Black Parade costumes are not too bad either. I mean, just look at that, man. Yeah, this is such a good music video. A very iconic one, too. And for good reason. Tonight. What's the worst that I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. It's so good. So yeah, no, I think it's I think it's pretty obvious. Of course, motherfucking Gerard Way is going to be this high. Like, how could he not? So yeah, all right. Next up, Hayley Williams from Paramore. So again, who hasn't seen Misery Business? This is another iconic music video. So like, by the way, this is kind of a weird fact. She's younger in this music video than I am currently. That's so weird to me. But yeah, this is another pretty good music video. Yeah, she's super emo. She's pretty cool. And again, I saw them. I saw both. Of course, I saw MCR and Paramore live back to back. So like, obviously, you know, I'm biased. But yeah, no, that was. Yeah, I'd say she fits there. So yeah, she's super emo. All right, Jim Atkins from Jimmy Eat World. Let's go with the Sweetness music video. I think that's the best one. Yeah, this is the one in the house, in the basement. Again, he's so young in this music video. Like, damn. Yeah, even like compared to the picture I got of him before. Like, damn. Oh my god, the CGI ants. Oh god. I mean, this was 2001, so like, yeah. I don't know. Admittedly, I don't know. I do kind of feel sorry for him though. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel sorry because like, I don't know. He just kind of, yeah. Like, I don't know. I feel like Jimmy World as a whole has been kind of been put in the background of both the emo and the pop punk stuff. You know, because like, you know, with the emo stuff, you know, Fall Out Boy and Paramore and MCR would eventually come around, and then, you know, even during the pop punk years, you know, Green Day and Blink 182, and even other bands like Sum 41 were kind of taking the spotlight at the time. So like, yeah, I kind of feel sorry for him because like, yeah, it's pretty cool that they're able to do that. And yeah, I actually do prefer Jimmy World compared to many of those bands. All right, last member of Taking Back Sunday, John Noida, whatever. I mean, we already saw a bunch of Taking Back Sunday music videos. I guess. I don't know. He's just cool, I guess. I don't really have anything else to say. But, yeah. Alright, JT Woodruff from Hawthorne Heights. Or, fucking, no. By the way, this is a very young picture of him. Yeah, this is like from 2006. So, he looks very different now. I mean, I know I keep saying that a lot, but like, dang. It's actually insane. Okay. Nikki FM. I think this is the one where they're just, it's like how like everything kind of moves like a pop-up book. Yeah, but even like then he looks different here. Like, damn. Like, honestly, I would not be too surprised if people were to mistaken this picture of him as like Ryan Ross from Panic at the Disco. Like, but then no, this is JT. Like, damn. All right, is there a better music video? Okay, can you not do that, please? YouTube just cracked down on porn like last week. I don't want to like get flagged. Okay, you can tell he did not want to be there though. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, he does have like the hair though. I will give him that. Yeah, the hair does check out. Is there like a music video with him with glasses? Because that was kind of his signature thing from around this time. Or was that later? It might have been later. Whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm making fun, but like at the end of the day, you know, this was the mid 2000s. This was just kind of what it was back then. But you know what? He's pretty emo, I'd say. He checks out. So, all right, and then we got the Max Bemis of Say Anything. Again, I know about some of the controversies, but you know, like, doesn't mean we can't have fun. Yeah, look at this fucking music video. Girlfriend now. What the fuck are you doing in your fucking cupboards? Like, that's gotta be fucking weird. Damn, yeah, this guy's just, yeah, you're just straight up stalking him, my god. What's wrong with you? Alright, yeah, this is, okay, to be fair, this song actually does fucking slap. Again, I wish we could, like, play the music, but we can't. Because, yeah, I do really like this song. But, yeah, honestly, Say Anything is what I like to call, like, theater kid music, essentially. Like, they just, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It just kind of gives, he just kind of brings out, like, Max Bemis just kind of brings out, like, theater kid energy. At least that's kind of how I feel about Say Anything. Wow, the manhandling. Damn. What an absolute mad lad. Alright, I mean, I get, okay, he was good live, but I don't know, I guess, especially with the controversies, I don't know, man. So, alright, Mikey Way, here we go. The Ghost of You music video. Jesus Christ. This fucking music video, I swear. Like, God. You thought Helena was fucking sad? Like, have you seen this music video? Again, I know I made fun of, like, earlier, like, this year about the fact that, like, oh, they just fucking Call of Duty ripped off the music video, but, like, it does, I know it's because it's at, like, Point to Hawk, but, like, look at this. I mean, it's the same location, like, damn. But yeah, just hold on, what happens to Mikey? Yeah, like, okay, to be fair, this is a pretty good music video, but, like, yeah, look at him. Whatever, I'm not gonna spoil it, but, like, you know what? He's also pretty super emo. Like, he may not be at the same level as his brother, but you gotta give respect to, my boy. Like, you can't disrespect Mikey Way like that. So, yeah, like, he's pretty super emo. Let's just be real with ourselves. Alright, here we go. Fucking Fall Out Boy. Patrick Stump. I think it should be pretty obvious where this is gonna go. Oh, sugar, we're going down. AKA the first music video I actually remember ever seeing. So, yeah, this is, yeah, a bit of a throwback for sure. More than you bargained for, yeah. Oh, yeah, the kid flipping off. Okay, this is something that, like, I actually completely forgot about until, like, I started rewatching a lot of the old Fall Out Boy music videos. I forgot that he had the sideburns. Like, that's actually kind of terrifying. Like, like, sideburns in general are just straight up terrifying. But you know what, though? Despite that, though, and especially considering that, you know, they've been going on tour, and, well, they'll be at When We're Young next year. We gotta give him he's just a little bean. Look at him. Look at him. He's just a little bean. Like, also, oh my god, that's this. Wait, is that the same hat as Sly Cooper? Is that the same hat as Sly Cooper? Hold on. Hold on. No fucking way. Oh my fucking god, he's wearing the same. Oh my god, he's literally wearing the same hat as my boy. Yeah, he's firmly staying in there. Why did I not? Okay. To be fair, I probably realized that years ago, but like, that's funny. That's really funny. Okay, yeah, he's a little bean. We gotta. He's gotta be up there. You can't have a tier list like this without having him up in that high. You just can't. Like, my god. My dude. Like, damn. But yeah, let's, okay. But although, to be fair, we gotta make sure that we don't forget about, his, you know, I guess friend in crime. Yeah, Pete Wentz. Although, to be fair, this isn't really the best music video to show him in. Yeah, the fucking soldier, man. Like, alright, what other music videos? We gotta be old school Fall Out Boy, though. We're gonna do it. We're not gonna watch any of the new shit. Oh, yeah. The dance music video. Of course. How can I forget? Yeah, like, fucking, look at this. Look, damn, look how fucking dapper he is. Like, I mean, to be fair, this is, like, prom, but, like, damn. Although, hold on, I need to look up, hold on, there's some fucking funny shit that Pete Wentz did back in the day. Hold on. Okay, not the Peterick shit, please. That's... Wait. Okay, I'm just... Pete Wentz, you were on fucking School of Rock. Now you're on the new All That. God damn. Okay, that's a whole other thing. Okay, whatever, you get the point. You know what? We're going there. You betrayed me a little bit. How dare you? How okay. Well, may I remind you? He, along with Kendall Schmidt of Big Time Rush, he was on this garbage ass fucking Nickelodeon show. Like, I will never make you guys forget that. Because of that, he could never be like at the top. Again, I asked the question, why you done what you done? You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Okay, I'm joking, but like, whatever. You get the point. Alright, well, let's move on. Ray Toro, fucking. I mean, the I'm Not Okay music video should pretty much tell you all you need to know about Ray Toro just in the first, like, 20 seconds. I mean, come on. Like D&D, Archery Tenford, Hangoria, Harry Houdini, and Croquet. You can't swim, you can't dance, you don't know karate. Face it, you're never gonna make it. Hold on. There's other fucking sweet-ass moments in here. Let me see. Oh shit! Yeah, I should have added Frank to this. Yeah, look at him! Like, look at that! He doesn't give a fuck. I mean, to be fair, this is another iconic music video, so like. My god, dude. But yeah, this. Again, just like Claudio Sanchez. Like, look at that fucking hair. Like that's the hair. Like, look at that hair. Hold on. That is hair that like takes at least like 2 bottles of like, you know, shampoo. Like, hold on. Like, you can't. Look at that. Oh shit. God damn it. Like, damn, man. Like, I don't know how you have hair that long, but you know what? You're cool. Pretty emo. You're cool. All right, here we go. Who's that? Who's next? Oh, Shane Told from Silverstein. Yeah, let's see whenever he. Yeah, let's. Yeah, the Smile on Your Late music video. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, he's in the one in the. Yeah, he's the one in the green. But yeah, honestly though, like, obviously I put Silverstein in A tier, but like, yeah, these music videos are pretty cool. What about Discovering the Waterfront? Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that perfect fringe. Look at that fringe, man. That right there is straight up 2005 energy. I love it. Yeah, you know what? He's got the fringe, so, and you know, this is very, you know, melody driven. I like I said, I can't fucking play the music, but like, yeah, you know what? You're also pretty emo. Class. Yeah. All right. Time to unleash the beast. Sonny Moore of from well, during his From First to Last days. Yeah, this is okay, here's an HD version. Aw, thank God. Okay. Yeah, where's he? Because, like, you think I look... Yeah, if you guys think I look pretty... balls to the wall? Yeah, look at him! Look at that! Yes! That right there, he would eventually become a fucking... Yeah, and all of the members too. Like, damn, man. Yeah, that right there is a man who would eventually just sell out and, like, you know, do the worst dubstep thing, like the worst dubstep act of all time. Like, what the hell happened? Like, damn, man. Although, to be fair, like I said, the album that this song is from, Dear Diary of My Teenage Angst Has a Body Count, that actually is a pretty good album. But yeah, like, because he sold out, yeah, I'm sorry. You can't do that. Not allowed. Not allowed in our neighborhood. So, yeah, you can't really, yeah, no. Alright, shit, I just realized this is the... Well, god damn it, I just realized this is the wrong list. Hold on. Yeah, because I just realized because it doesn't have yeah, fucking hell, god damn it. Okay, yeah, we can just but yeah, you get the point. Like, it's honestly insane just kind of seeing the transition of like basically everyone, if I'm going to be honest. Like, wow. I don't know. Like, again, it's just kind of weird, especially since, like I said, I grew up during this era, like the mid 2000s. Like, I was a kid back then, so it's just kind of weird to see. Um, yeah, it's just kind of weird to see a lot of this. So, all right, there we go. All right, yeah. Thankfully, we only had a couple left. All right. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Vic Fuentes from Pierce the Veil. So I'm pretty sure you guys know exactly what music video. Yeah, the fucking Caraphernalia, which does also feature Jeremy McKinnon of Day to Remember. So that's cool. Yeah, look at that fucking hair. Like, again, this came out in 2010, so like this was the tail end of like when emo like was still somewhat like relevant in the mainstream. So yeah, like yeah, there's Jeremy. But yeah, that hair, dude, like that's yeah, that fucking fringe, man, like damn. Although to be fair, I did used to have hair that long. If you guys remember some of my older streams, but admittedly, yeah, I did not. I stopped liking it. I think I just prefer the thing. Or shit, even like one of their older music videos pre like yeah, before they blew up. Yeah, look at that. God, it's so yeah, like I'd say he's pretty emo. Actually, super emo. I think that's obvious. So yeah, like that. I mean, come on. Even the picture right here, man, shows. Like, damn, he's got that fringe. All right, last like real person, but not really. But you know what I mean. William Beckett from the Academy is. So, yes, the phrase that pays. Oh, it's this fucking stupid shit. Okay. Eyes can't believe what they have seen. Yeah, little pretty Willie Beckett, whenever he was like, I think like what is he, like 19, 20? God, that is also younger than I am right now. Okay. That's sad. Whatever. We all have our different paths. But yeah, you get the point. We got a big mess on our hands. Well, I mean, sure, I guess. Oh my, yeah, we're back to blurry. Oh my god, look at that fucking hair. Okay, that is kind of fucking creepy though. Damn. All right. Well, I guess I feel sorry for them because, like, yeah, they. To be fair, like I said, I do actually really like the Academy. It just freaking sucks that They never were as big because, well, I don't know. They just saw them as like a discount volleyball or something. But they stand on their own. I saw them live. Whatever. All right. So yeah, that's the singers. Let's go on to fictional characters. So let's go to Hayden Christensen. Yeah, I know. Why is he here? Again, he's... Pull up the Revenge of the Sith clips. Because, yeah, he's... Wow, someone just made an entire compilation of scenes that just feature Anakin. That just feature Hayden Christensen. Damn. Okay. Like, damn. Yeah, but like, yeah, like, the reason why I do consider him emo is because, again, he's kind of more personal. And, again, it's not just in the movies, it's also in the Clone Wars. Where he just kind of... Like, he's more than just an edgelord. He's not just like fucking Shadow the Hedgehog or something. Like, he actually is more, like, emotionally conflicted. So, like, whatever. I don't want to play too much, because, again, I don't know fucking Disney's gonna go after me. But, yeah, you get the point. But, I mean... That being said, I will say this. I do kind of feel sorry. Because, like, he was... I mean, he was, you know, manipulated by, yeah, him, of course, but, like... He was... Hayden Christensen was just, manipulated by, Ian McDiarmid to join the dark side, so, like... Yeah, in that sense, yeah, I do kind of feel bad, so... Yeah, and again, there's some other stuff from, like, the Clone Wars, but... Yeah. Alright, well, speaking of, his grandson, Kylo Ren. So, yeah, let's not... Yeah. AKA the best character, like, the objective best character in the new movies. I mean, although to be fair, yeah, Disney was really fucking... To be fair, though, Disney was really trying to make him into, like, you know, the next, like, new edgelord character for, like, all the fangirls online to really, really, you know, fall for. Or at least at first. Oh, yeah, his fucking temper tantrum. Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, say what you want about the new movies, and trust me, I've said a lot about how fucking garbage, like, a lot of the Disney movies are, but, like, not only do I think Force Awakens is fine, but also, I do think Kylo is actually, like, an objectively good character. It just sucks that, you know, he's in the fucking sequel trilogy. That being said, I will put him in the secret. I will put him in the pretty emo. Like, he's... Need I say more? Like, come on. Need I say more? Alright, so now we're starting to get into characters where, like, maybe people are getting confused as to why they're even on here. Arnold from Hey Arnold. A lot of people are like, what the hell? Like, he's not emo. Well, you remember me talking about the Midwest emo bands, right? Well, let's, let me show you otherwise. Because here's the thing, and I think I've mentioned this before in our Nickelodeon tier lists. No, not that, but like Arnold has a lot of like, because I've noticed this a lot with like Hey Arnold, is that like he has a lot of moments where it just like where he just looks like way sadder than like I remember him. Oh, okay, you're not proving my point. God, okay. Oh my god, why is it not showing anything? No, that's I'm not just talking about like that. Like I feel like throughout like the whole show, okay, yeah, it's not showing. Okay, let me look up. All right, Arnold. No, fucking hell. Okay. Or Shortman. God damn it, not Stickman. God. Yeah, like look at this. Like there's so many moments where he just looks like this. And yeah, obviously it's because of his parents, but like yeah, like I feel like there's so many moments in the show where Arnold just looks straight up like depressed at points. Like I can't be the only one who thinks that, right? Like this happens a lot more than like people think in the show. So like yeah, I don't know why there's not anything here, but yeah, no, like he's definitely like at least a Midwest emo. Like yeah, he's not like this, but like you know, he's kind of in the same tree, if that makes sense. So, and honestly, same thing with Charlie Brown and Darla, which we'll get to them later. But yeah, you get the point. Like, yeah, he's pretty emo. Like, he's definitely on that scale. All right, let's go for yeah. So yeah, like I kind of feel bad. I definitely feel bad for Arnold for sure. All right, that being said though, let's look up Charlie Brown. So yeah, like I mean, he's the first emo. I mean, come on. Don't give me that shit. Yeah, like look, he's you can tell like he's super like, you know, Midwest emo, man. So yeah, like so yeah, as far as like, you know, characters that define at least the Midwest emo side of emo, he's like the definition of that for sure. Um so yeah, like and yeah, like again, I kind of feel sorry for him. Like he's just kind of a tragic well, like I wouldn't say tragic, but he's definitely like a mentally just unwell kid. And, you know, I feel for him. At least to a certain extent. Alright, Darla from her own series, and as well as Beavis. I'm not gonna show. Yeah, I'm not gonna show clips, but yeah, I mean, you can probably already tell. Or Daria, excuse me. God damn it. Yeah, just even by like pictures, you can already kind of get the vibe of, you know, Daria as a character. Where, yeah, she's just straight up not having it. So, yeah. And yeah, that just kind of sucks. That being said, though, I mean, I've already mentioned this before. I don't really care for adult animated shows, so like, sorry, Daria, but not really. I don't really care. I don't know. It's just not really my thing. All right, next character. Who the hell are you? Oh, Birch. She's from like Admittedly, I haven't seen the show too much. Yeah, Birch Small from I don't even know. Whatever. Meh, I guess. I don't really care. Some Flash show from the mid 2000s. I actually don't remember the show itself, so like I have zero. Yeah, My Life Me. That's what it's called. I don't really care. So, you know. Now that being said, though, if you guys remember our Ruin stream back in July, Cassie from Five Nights at Freddy's. If you guys know, you know. I want to give her a hug. Because, like, Jesus Christ, that was traumatizing. Even for me. Even for me. I cried. I cried during that scene. And it's even just beyond that, though, because, like, I've looked up her story, and yeah, she's just kind of alone. Like, she doesn't... Yeah, like, let's look up the... Yeah, it's even just beyond that. I mean, just look. She looks so just lonely. Like, damn, man. And it's, again, it stems from the fact that she didn't really have a lot of friends growing up. Like, at least that's what I've read on the wiki. So, yeah, she's definitely on the emo camp. And yeah, I feel bad for her. Like, shit, man. Okay, maybe I'll put her in the super emo, but like, you get the point. Like, fuck, like that's rough to go through, to say the least. So, I hope for the best for her in the next installment in the series, whenever that is, because obviously, you know, the new game came out last week, but you know, she. Actually, never mind. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. I already know what happens, but... Alright. Now, let's move on to the Vivziverse. Because God, Vivzy Pop knows how to make her scene and emo characters. So, actually, we might as well just get all of them out of the way. Since, yeah, there's a lot of them. So yeah, we're gonna start with Charlie from Hazbin Hotel. So I mean, need I say more about like some of the stuff that was shown in the pilot, as well as even this again? I don't want to like play too much, but again, similar to like Max Bemis with Say Anything, very very theater kid energy. Um, which I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be kind of like a parody of sorts of like Disney princesses, but like you get the point. Hell, even in the pilot, Vaggy's goth, by the way. She's not. But yeah, you get the point. She's pretty emo. Very well, literally emotional. And passionate, but at the same time, um, you can pretty much tell that if something like that happens, she will literally cry on the spot. So, yeah, that's pretty obvious. So, but yeah, in terms of in terms of that, yeah, that's pretty. I feel bad for her because I mean she's kind of disowned by her father, so that would be rough. All right, and now we've got the two alts of Hell Boss. We've got Luna and we've got Octavia. So Luna, yes, I know she's goth as well, but she kind of slowly had some, moments of emo-ness. I mean, yeah, at first she's like, yeah, not really giving a fuck. So yeah, like she does exemplify like the goth stereotype. Um Especially when she's seen at first. But well, oh shit, yeah, that's not the. Yeah, starting with Spring Broken. She comes out of that shell. Okay, that is a pretty great scene. Again, of course, like got some like everything signed. So, which by the way, thank you, you guys, because yeah, it's pretty awesome. Oh, and yeah, don't even get me started on. Yeah, look at her. Yeah, and then when she meets Octavia. So yeah, you get the point. And you know what? I want to give her a hug. Like, I mean, come on. Like, after a scene like this, like, come on. You can't tell me you don't want a hug. You give her a hug. I mean, yeah, she acts like she doesn't, but like, oh, that's so sad. My god. So yeah, no, she counts. After a scene like that, you can't tell me that she has at least a little bit of emo in her. Like, which, speaking of emo, of course, we've got Octavia Goetia, which, of course, let's be real here. She's probably the most emo of all emos in this entire list. I mean, just, yeah, look at her design. Yep, same episode. Here we go. I mean, her fucking design alone is already, like, super... It's super fucking seen. She had to, hold on. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's get Vic Fuentes up here. Like, where's he? She legit has the same hair as Vic Fuentes. Look at that. I rest my case. And you know what? She's super emo. I don't know if I give her a hug, but yeah. Super emo. That being said, let's talk about her father. You guys are probably wondering why she's like that. Well, I think I know where she got that. I think I know where she got it from. It should be pretty obvious, though. Yeah, the song. Yeah, the fucking song, of course. Again, more theater kid energy we're going on here. Again, I can't play. Oh, no, I can play. Whatever, you get the point. And hell, even, like, other moments. God, okay. I think I mentioned this before, but yeah, Stolas is probably, he's probably my favorite character in Hell of a Boss. Because, like, damn, he's just a father who wants to make up for his daughter. Like, it's just, it's heartwarming. And, yeah, it's just, it's very earnest. But yeah, we can tell where Octavia got that emo-ness from. It's, of course, from her father. Where else would it come from? Alright, well, speaking of more stuff involving emo, well, this whole stream is about emo. Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Again, another early example of, like, you know... Again, keep in mind, I've mentioned this before, but keep in mind that, like, yes, while there is definitely either a lot of stigma involving, like, you know, the ideas of depression within, like, you know, emo, I'm more so just using this as an example to showcase that, like, yes, it is a stereotype, but, like, this shouldn't be the only thing to showcase what, like, emos actually are. Because at the end of the day, it's more of a subculture that does promote a lot of uplifting messages, especially within a lot of the lyrics. Because, like, let's not forget about let's not forget about like famous last words, which is always the prime example that I use when it comes to emo music being used for a positive cause. And that's why I do love this song. So if it does seem like, you know, I'm pointing out a lot of, like, the more sadder moments, keep in mind, like, that's me just kind of showcasing that while yes, that is like the stereotype, like don't let that be like the only thing to like the only factor as to like, you know, how someone becomes emo. So I just wanted to point that out there because I know, like, I feel like a lot of the examples have been involving some sort of just mental thing. So now, as for Eeyore, though, I mean, I do feel sorry for him. I mean, yeah, look at him. It's just can't figure out how he could be happy, and that makes me feel bad. So, you know, granted, Winnie the Pooh has never really been like my favorite story, but you know. All right. Next up, we've got Gwen, which, similar to Luna, yes, is very like goth looking, but well, yeah, I mean, she shows her like, you know, pissed moments, but like, yeah, she has a lot of expression. So yeah, like she is in as far as like goth characters go, she's similar to Luna in the sense that like she has a lot more expression going on with her. Um which is why I do consider her to also be emo, because you know, goth characters kind of have that stereotype per se of just you know, not really having a lot of emotion. So yeah, it's kind of the opposite for characters like, it's kind of an interesting case with characters like Luna and Gwen. As for her, I mean, yeah, I'd say she's pretty emo. And now we get into, well, interesting territory, and one that I feel like I've had to explain so many times. Jenny Wakeman. So, I mean, first of all, look at that picture of her with that fringe. I mean, she had a fringe at one point. Again, 9 times out of 10, if a character has a fringe, like, they're most likely emo. But it even goes beyond that because, well, and again, I've obviously talked about it in plenty of I talked about it in our podcast, but yeah, like she's like, look at her. Like, she's so like just kind of like, she's very sad like throughout the show. Like, damn, man. He never show me that again. Or shit, even in like, you know, this episode. Like, yeah, like one of the first episodes. Like, what the hell? No. So yeah, she's pretty emo, man. Like there's just so many moments scattered throughout the show like that where it's like it just adds up. And you know what? I want to give her a hug. I want to give her a hug because of that. Yeah, I just feel bad, man. Like, I don't know. I just don't. All right, but yeah, let's go on the opposite spectrum though. Fucking JoJo. Not JoJo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but JoJo from the 2008 Horde and Years of Who. Yes, this is a character that does exist. I mean, need I say more? They added a fucking emo Who into this movie. Like, what the hell? Yeah, no. 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 What's even worse is that I saw this movie in theaters. So, like, okay, to be fair, the movie itself is actually fine. But, like, why? I know this was 2008 and emo was, like, at its, like, it was still really relevant by then, but, like, I don't understand. Like, I genuinely don't. But whatever. Thankfully, though, we are back to a pretty big high because we've got L from Death Note, which is just another sort of obvious answer. Like, again, it should be pretty obvious that, like, L is going to be on a list like this. I mean, again, and keep in mind as well that, like, in terms of, like, anime, because keep in mind as well, like, I'm not really big into anime, but if I'm gonna be honest, Death Note is probably the best anime I've seen. Like, damn, yeah, like, he's, I mean, just by his looks alone, but also just kind of on his sort of fixation on, being able to, like, be proven correct. Like, damn. So yeah, he's super emo. Come on. Like, anyone who's watched Death Note know exactly what this guy's all about. And he's actually pretty fucking smart too. Like, and that's what makes this show tense. Obviously, I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone, but, like, go out and watch Death Note, the original anime series. Like, just even regardless of this stupid tier list, but, like, yeah, you get the point. Death Note is really fucking good. Okay. Mavis Dracula from Hotel Transylvania. Literally the first thing. So yeah, again, another more goth character that just shows a lot of emotion. So again, kind of one of those hybrid characters. I mean, I kind of feel sorry for her, at least to a certain extent. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, she's just kind of whatever. I mean, to be fair, the Hotel Transylvania 1 at least was actually pretty good. So it's an Adam Sandler movie too. Like, how does that work? I did not mean to press that. Okay, it should be saved. But yeah, like, I don't know. It's just kind of whatever. Yeah, it's saved. Same thing with Ophelia from yeah, it's Juniper Lee. Yeah, you can kind of tell what her sort of deal is. Yeah, she's crying. Too bad I don't really care about the show, so sorry. I don't really care. So, I mean, okay, I'm just gonna be frank as well. I'm gonna also just do the rest of the mess. Ruby Gloom and Sadness from Inside Out. Ruby Gloom, I mean, it's whatever. It's just, you know, sort of a cutesy sort of show. I don't know what, like, when this, like, I know when it aired, I just don't know where it aired. But, you know. And then, I mean, Sadness from, need I say more? Like, come on. I don't think I need to say more. We're gonna save the best for last, though. Alright, well, this is actually gonna be... Okay, another character that people are actually kind of surprised is on this list. And I guess this is sort of me doing a Christmas thing. So, Merry Christmas, I guess, because, you know, you guys know I don't celebrate Christmas. But yeah, no, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, specifically the Rankin Bass version. Yeah, he counts as being emo. Like, he's the emo representation for Christmas. So... yeah, and it's I mean, it's both... Yeah, it's okay, it's someone... Okay, why is the ad playing? Yeah, okay, someone's filming it, but you get the gist. It's yeah, like he's tearing up there, but also in some of the later Rankin Bass stuff. Yeah, like the one from 1979. Like, he's literally, like, looking at himself through the mirror and just filled with depression. Like, damn, man. Hold on. Yeah, and even, like, but whatever. You get the... I think you get the gist. There are just so many moments that, like, Rudolph's scene just straight up just depressed. It's kind of like with Arnold from Hey Arnold. Like, he's just... Like, there's a lot of, like... It's a character that, like, not a lot of people really kind of, like, think about, but there has been, like, a lot of those types of moments. And, I mean... Yeah, I kind of fucking feel bad for him, because guess what? Everyone treating him like a piece of fucking shit. So, like, of course. Of course he's gonna be up there. Like, I mean, at least with the Rankin Bass version, like, they did actually give a justification for him to finally come back, so it's not like, you know, in the original song where it's just when he's finally useful, they just bring him out. There's a little bit more of a justification, but like, damn, that's still rough regardless. But yeah, all right, next up. This one, okay, this guy's probably like the least emo character out of this entire thing. So, I just admittedly, like, I just kind of wanted to have a bit of a variety. So, that being said, we're doing a straight up gothic character here. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. So, I mean, this one is. I'm not gonna lie. This one actually is kind of stretching it. I mean, anyone who knows SCP knows what his deal is. Basically, like he existed like back in like medieval times, and he used to be human, but then he got turned into like a monster who thinks that like he's um carrying people because he sees everyone has like in his mind it looks like he's surrounded by people who have like this sort of like disease, and he thinks that like he has like some sort of a cure, so he tries to cure everyone. Problem is he's not the cure. As a matter of fact, he is the disease, and everything that he touches becomes infected into like a zombie thing. So I guess it's more of a so yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, it's a stretch calling him emo, but I like to see it as more so like he doesn't really understand himself. So it's kind of I guess it's kind of a Stolas situation here, where it's like I don't know, I just kind of want to throw him here, but I mean, either way, I do kind of feel at least a little bit sorry. I mean, yeah, like obviously it's fucked up that he has that ability, but I mean, like he thinks he thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's actually not. And yeah, that's fucked up. That's for sure. All right, next up, Uzi Dorman from Murder Drones. So I mean, yeah, her design screams, tomboy punk with like that again, that fucking that you know, the fringe. You gotta love that fringe. And yeah, look, she's like extremely uncomfortable there. By the way, Murder Drones is actually pretty good. I recommend it, especially for like a yeah, like and again, more just kind of. So yeah, like you know what? She's pretty emo. Like hell, I mean, let look at a moment a little bit later. I mean, come on, she's pretty emo. So, which speaking of pretty emo, we've got Violet Parr, from The Incredibles. Yeah, we've only got a few left. There's only stuff for like from like Incredibles 2, but like whatever. She has a lot of like moments like that, so she's pretty emo. Zuko from Avatar. Like I mean, come on. Yeah, especially by like I mean, come on. A lot of firebending experience, and I'm considered to be a pretty good at. Well, see me. I mean, so yeah, I think you get it. Like, yes, it's another Anakin Skywalker situation where it's like, yeah, he is kind of an edge lord, but like he's also very emo. Like he's just so socially awkward. Which, and again, I actually do appreciate that change in character because Zuko was like, at least for like much of like the first season and even like a little bit of the second season of Avatar, he was just so like, very direct in trying to go after Aang and the crew. So it just kind of felt like he was pretty one dimensional. So I like how they changed his character from like that to that, but of course he learns to overcome a lot of those in season 3, and that's a pretty cool character arc I like seeing in a lot of media, and that's why Zuko is one of my favorite characters from Avatar. Besides the obvious. All right, well, we've reached the very end, but of course, you guys already know that there's one more special, important, pretty close to home character that we got to talk about. And of course, I'm talking about.
Everybody still loves me, right?
The final emo queen of the night, Roxanne Wolf. I mean, I want to see our emo queen. I mean, yeah, she does seem like she's like super confident, which, I mean, you guys already saw me play through the game and you guys know. But again, you guys also know when you fucking saw me play the game, you guys know. And again, look at that fringe. Again, 9 times out of 10. Fringe, 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 fringe. Like, all these characters have fucking fringes, and she's no exception. Granted, I just kind of wish that, she wasn't, looked at for different reasons. Again, that fucking scene, need I say more, but, like, you get the point. I want to give her a hug. If I'm going to be honest, more so than everyone on this list. Like,
everybody still loves me, right?
I love, like, she's. I feel bad. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, I just feel bad for her. And, well, yeah, she may not look like it as at least in comparison to pretty much everyone else. But, I mean, in her heart, she is the most emo of them all.
In the freeze to cut these lips, I love you.
Okay, but yeah, in all seriousness though, like, I feel bad for her, because though, again, I've mentioned this plenty of times, she is the one character that in the entirety of Five Nights at Freddy's who has an actual character arc. So at the end of the day, I love her for that. So, but yes, God, that took a while, but we finally got 2 emo tier lists done tonight, and that's pretty awesome. Again, happy National Emo Day. Like, this was a pretty awesome revisiting of not only all these bands, but also talking about new bands, and even just having a bit of fun by talking about certain characters that may or may not also be associated and affiliated with the subculture involving the genre. And I don't know, it's just, when it comes to stuff that is emo, it's just something that I've always been pretty fascinated by. I mean, hence the new name of the channel, Sly the Emo Emperor. It's just something that I've always liked talking about, and just I've always thought that was pretty cool, whether it be, the subculture or the music genre itself. And I just wanted to take the time to just celebrate both, as today, of course, is National Emo Day. And as someone who is who self-deemed themselves the emo emperor, I felt like it was my duty to actually, take the time and dedication for everything. So at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, it's a sub culture that I appreciate, and I hope that this this stream helped share a little bit of that love to you guys. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. I hope you guys did enjoy this, because I know I definitely did. If you guys did enjoy this, please hit that follow button down below and turn the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. While you guys are at it, make sure to check out the links down below as well, specifically the Discord and the SoundCloud. Again, these tier lists will be in the description in the Discord, so feel free to check that out. I'll make sure that it's updated for you guys. And yeah, I'm just very happy that I was able to do this. Normal streams should be popping up again. And I actually may or may not be wearing more eyeliner and eyeshadow, so, because, I gotta complete the look. But I hope you guys did enjoy. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what we'll be doing for the rest of the year. But either way, I'm gonna head out. I'm getting a bit tired, and I hope you guys have a happy I hope you guys had a happy emo day. I'll see you guys later. Bye.